All right, let's give this another chance. So, welcome to the stream. Hopefully, it's pretty good. Guys, we had a couple of technical problems there, but let's podcast out. Hopefully, we're having a good time. We didn't have the time for the studio, but we are going to be hopping directly into the game. So, finally, we're here. Yeah, so we're here. Right into the front. Reached already. We are going to be playing Ancient at this part, so that's actually cool, I guess. Azu will be starting this round off with a kill. That's going to be Sija with Crucial to open up the rest of the CT defense, and it seems like we are hopping into a very standard round where the CT side, well, they go for at this point. For a matchup. So just looking at the fact that Aurora played better maps forward, right here and play finally hopping so this is gonna be like this day is actually fun. So that's sort of and the language prevails.
Are we back on track? Is it working? Alright. Now we're back. Okay. Sorry for all the problems, viewers. Our dear viewers. So yeah, finally, it seems to be working. So, we're back. We're back, boys. So what I was actually trying to say is that I was checking the maps from both of the teams. This map is Endpoint's own pick. It started off with a bang for them, but Aurora, they actually have come back with a couple of rounds here. Now, we're witnessing a little bit of a pistol push. That's going to be the Tech 9 to actually drop down Patsy. And, wait a minute. One kill. It's going to be the AK to try to work out for himself, but meanwhile, they're actually doing a very good job of gaining the sign control. Now it's all about getting that bomb down, but the reinforcements, they have arrived, and that basically means that the round is going sour at this point. So, that's going to be the third round of Aurora to be a round away. We'll actually bring it into a conclusion here. And so far, so good. Looking a little bit better. And yeah, like I was saying, we are going to be hopping into the first train of my career after it actually got pulled away. So, kind of cool to see the map in action. It's going to be an Aurora pick. And yeah, I'm actually waiting for Preasy is about to turn up. Preasy just running through the flames. Very close to that corner. Is going to win that first fight. Through that smoke. Meanwhile, from the pit, Azubu will win the first fight against Norwell. And Kenzie comes out with a quick trade. So Norway kind of finding that early grave here at the start. But it works out for a very nice defensive kill. And with a minute 10 left on the clock, this is Endpoint just trying to figure out what else they can actually go for. It seems like they're going to just take that bomb and try to push towards that B side directly from the pit. Maybe separate a player here. That's going to be the nade. Perfect timing too. That does a lot of damage. And now it's all about the first shots. If they could come up with the entries here cleanly, this is definitely going to be an Endpoint round. But just a single kill without a trade. And that's going to be the problem. Kenzie works out for one. Actually gets behind a pillar and pulls away from the side. That's going to be the flash just to play a little bit of time for his teammates. And already the utility is starting to bounce in. Rick's just waiting for that long peak to come up. Actually works out for a little bit more on the Endpoint side, but to drill through the smoke is going to make sure that the bomb is not going to go down. Crucial, really not having the time of his life. Patsy just drills him through. That's actually going to be the second kill for him too. Through the smoke, and a triple for the whole round. Here we go. What a great start. And a very nice closer here from Aurora. And so far, if we're actually continuing with this tempo, Endpoint with the start that they had, they're kind of giving away some rounds here. There's 4 to be played for, so enough to make the numbers look pretty. But at this point, it's gonna need the hand of God for them to actually change their style just a little bit. That's gonna be nade right in front of his mouth. And a little bit of a sloppy spray coming out from Kenzie. It's gonna be Azubu with that Tech 9 to catch that kill. At this point, Norway is just waiting for that swing to happen. And looking at the rest of the players, finding some very good spots here to actually go for that B-side play. Now it's all about the timings, all about that first peek. Oh god, C-Jot actually comes through the smoke, spots the player from the short, doesn't get the kill. And that's going to be Grix with the second drop on the Surreal. And right now they're starting to lose that control. It's going to be Grix with the second shot, but the defense from Long is going to work out for a double. Crucial left alone. A 1 versus 3. And at this point, if you could actually make this into a separate 1 versus 1s, there's a little bit of more of an opportunity. He knows that there's 2 players on the line, but Clax is just literally waiting for that to happen. So, Baxter around with a triple. And Aurora, well, they just roar for another round here. Ansietto. Yeah, just a bit of a tactical pause there. Pistols seem to shake the whole defensive side on this round. Sometimes it's a good idea to have a couple of words before it goes tits up. To be honest, on this level of the scene, we barely see that. But here we go. Again and again and again. Early damage has been done. Seajot actually spots Calyx. That's gonna be a second kill from Azubu to enter the round with a couple of entries here. Endpoint could actually do a lot with this one. If they could actually make this a 5 right now, on the T side, that's going to be huge. Azubu still fighting for those little nooks and crannies here. And meanwhile, seems like the rest of the gang is just stepping off. This is gonna be the right play here. Just to play a couple of seconds off the clock. Let's see if they can actually make some mistakes here. The right way to go around it. It's the pure silence. What gets me. 40 seconds left. Aurora. They know a hit is about to come in about a second. Meanwhile, Endpoint. They're feeling very comfortable. Just taking little peeks here and there. The bomb is actually still left behind the double doors. Now there's a little bit of an issue starting to arise. Endpoint. If they're not about to push in about a second, they have to go for that B stack. And there's a stack coming up, and Norby is actually going to be the one to win only the one fight, but all of the rest of the peaks, they work out perfectly. So, even with a full stack on a site, Aurora, they just can't hold on to it, and that's going to be Endpoint with the 5th round on the board. Looking a little bit better here. Not the worst part to be at. And directly into the new round we go. Patsy with a double kill. That's going to be the lane control again, trying to actually hold it from middle as well. That's the double setup from the cave. It actually works out for another kill, but Mighty Maxi does drop one before going down. A nice flash actually to help out his teammates, but I think that was enough information to them to know that A side is fully open at this point. That flash has to come from somewhere. They even spotted a player inside Cheetah. So it means that A is fully open for the side of Endpoint to actually go for the plant, but there are some weapons on lane and middle. And looking at the armor, Rix is the actually only one who has any. Nor we can go for an AK setup, but he has to be very accurate with that first shot, or he is going to be met with an aim punch, of course, taking in the fact that this is going to be an op against him at the start. Donut will be the first breachable point here. Catches first kill. That's Norby still focusing on the site, going for the quick peek, but Crucial handles the situation perfectly. A double kill for him. Shuts it down without any issues, and that's about to be the round there. And here we go. Endpoint starting to look a little bit better on their map pick. Grabbing some well-needed rounds. Meanwhile, for the side of Aurora, they had a very good swing there for a while, but now the CT defense, it seems like it's been kind of red from the Endpoint side. So the same style is not going to work out every time. Still looking into make something happen here, as Ubo almost cleared the full B side already. There is a little bit of a crossfire here, especially with B coming out at the moment. That's going to be the help. The FAMAS is going to find that kill, and to be honest, that's an AK on the floor. They could actually pick up that weapon. They know that a hit is coming towards that A side at this point. That's the nade to open up the smokes. There's a catch with that off. Griggs, perfect timing. Drops one, and it's gonna be the boost on top of it. I'm not entirely sure if Crucial can actually spot this. There's a little bit of a gap. That's gonna be the second hit. A stomach shot right there, and the bomb will be going down, but Glax makes sure that it's not gonna happen. C-Shot left in 1 versus 5, and Griggs just shuts it down. That's gonna be 6-6. So, we actually do end up tied here. Now the question is, what kind of a T-side are we gonna get from Aurora? And of course the CT side is still very important, so Endpoint, as they pick the map, they're gonna have to show us something here. But considering the fact that this was a very 50-50 map straight off the start, not entirely sure what to say here. Looking at the last games that they played, Aurora did win Ancients 19-15. So questions are arising. Of course, at the same time, the problem is whatever map they wanted to go for. To be honest, Ancient was the best pick for them. Train could be a ace in the sleeve. A 60% map so far for the side of Aurora. They have actually played it 5 times. But for Endpoint, it's a measly 0. We do not actually know how they play it. There's no data. But at the same time, I'm a little bit interested, especially if Aurora already have 5 maps on Train, for it to be this new as well. I think we're about to see something. That's gonna be the first and the second catch from Griggs, sorry. The P250, seeming to be very accurate at the moment. Doing a very good job. And still trying to pop that head. Not really finding the last kill there. That's gonna be Kenzie with Griggs to make sure that middle is going to be cleaned. And right now, it's all about the last kill. You don't actually want to give this away now. A couple of love taps there. And there it is. Round done. Swept and taken over with. And right off to the distance we go. Seven to 6. With a very nice start from the side of Aurora. And this is just basically an eco bash at this point. And it works out very well. They only lose a player so far. Everything is okay. Yeah, we still have a couple of issues here. Sorry, chat. We're still trying to fix those. We will get it under wraps in about a second here. And off to a new round we go. So, an M4 straight. This is going to be basically the first buy round coming out of Endpoint. A couple of loft taps. Actually, it's going to be the double swing from Patsy with that Galil. Works out for a double. Works out perfectly. Meanwhile, Red has been challenged, and Patsy just straight takes a triple kill there at the start. Middle is his playground, and Endpoint, well, the team is his tools. Just looking at Azubu trying to help out his team. That's actually Surreal with the second kill. That's a little bit of a sloppy push there. And maybe a little bit of a problem as a 3 versus 2 is about to occur. This is actually still doable in a way, but still a very hard round. You don't want to slack off here. Kenzie will be planning that bomb, so at least some remote of control will be gained. And here we are. Endpoint deciding to save the couple of weapons that they had left. Not much more they could actually have gone for. And right now, we are getting just a little bit closer to the end. But there's still some rounds to be played for. It's not definitely done yet. So for the side of Endpoint, winning some of these rounds could be welcomed by now. Especially looking at what's happening at this point. So, a very nice start from Aurora. Especially thinking about the fact that we just swapped the size. And it's been basically their show so far. Will be Azubu. Nice attempt there right at the start. That's going to be an 8 for the lane to push out one of the players. They know there was a try, an idea to go for that lane pick. Worked out for them. Why wouldn't for them? The other way around. Actually, that's drilled one of the players through the plywood there. That's gonna be Azubu to be dropped. So a 1-man advantage for Aurora straight at the start. With a minute 10 left on the clock, they can actually do a lot with this round right here. Looking at the placement, there's a lot of players from the side of the CTs being pushed over to the B side already, and very close to the pit as well. As Clax actually got that information. That's the round done, basically. They do have that one player holding off from middle, but the problem is for Aurora, they still don't have the information. That's going to be the second kill for Norway. So middle has been opened up. That's going to be one of the kills for Surreal. But at this point, a 2 versus 4 is just going to be almost impossible. Especially how they have played this. Kenzie backs away from that fight, and especially with that last kill, they know exactly how much space they have on this round. So A side is fully theirs. And that's done. Potsy gets dropped. That's Crucial, still trying to hold on to that M4. What? There's still just a little bit of a fight for that last weapon here. Ooh, he's still actually holding on to it very well. Breaks. Oh yeah. Just hurting him right in front of that AK. Norway catches the last kill, and that's about to be the round. Endpoint, technical pause. Or tactical, sorry. And a very good spot to actually take it. They have to talk about what's going on. Nothing has worked out so far. Everything's gone to the bin. And it's starting to get into that place where it's getting a little bit questionable in a way. 10 rounds. And basically nothing has been gained so far. quick A push seems to be the way to go. And that's gonna be the Molotov to try to push them away from that attempt. But Mighty Max actually comes up with the kill. That's Grix with a quick trade on the Seajod. And a 4 versus 4 with a nice catch from Crucial. Actually make that a double. That's a collateral kill right there. A triple for the man. Solely. Oh, sorry, actually, that was Crucial. Mighty Max did catch that one before. I thought it was him for a second there, but Mighty Max comes up with the second kill of the round. And Grix left in 1 versus 3 with the bomb down. Could he actually hold on to this? The bomb is actually in an open area. Drops first of the players. He actually has the information about the push coming in, but he's not ready for the players to stack up onto him like that. And the bomb will be defused, but it almost costs Endpoint everything. But still, they win the round. Very good. 7 rounds on the board. Now it's all about proving us wrong. They need rounds in a row now. If Aurora could actually break this so-called momentum that they have, that's just gonna be Endpoint on a save. But if Endpoint could actually chain a couple of rounds here, 3 rounds away from a tie is actually not that bad in a way. Mighty Max. Just reveal both of the players on those first contact points. That's the smoke for the lane right now. This is just to stop the plays for a little second, just to get a little bit more of a bearing on this round. And that's gonna be the utility from middle. Meanwhile, most of the players ganged up at the same spot. That's a minute left on the clock. And it seems like they are going to be rotating one of the players. So Kenzie's going to be lurking around towards the A side right here. And that's going to be the first peak. Crucial misses the first shot. That's a hard shot to actually hit. But Norby comes up with the first kill. That's Seajod with only 1 kill as Patchy drops him. And from Donut, Mighty Max, he has to step in. Surreal does drop 1. So it is a 3 versus 3 in a way. But the side control has been lost. That's the bomb actually going down, and the double peak coming at the same time. Grix catches a double, drops his own teammate. Azubu drops Patsy to make this actually a 1 versus 2. And Grix, with a shot onto his teammate's head, he only catches 1 more, and the problem is that on that last 1 versus 1, he just can't hang. And that's Endpoint, with a bit of a lucky shot there from the enemy team to keep a hold of this map. If Aurora would have made that an 11 right there, that's a problem for them. Meanwhile, Grix might be slapping himself just a little bit. Just a quick shot to the face. Oops, you're dead. But hey, it happens. Counter-Strike is a funny game. There's a lot of action everywhere. Mistakes, they occur. But we are still continuing. That's again just a little bit of a quicker start of this round. Zulu catches the first kill on the Patchy at least. It's a little bit damage done for the rest of the team, and a nice catch from Crucial. Still trying to hold on to this round here. The bomb will absolutely go down. It's gonna be the Tech 9 challenge towards the long. A little bit surprised that that M4 spray was not on point, but a little bit sloppy there. Nice nade behind the pillar. He just can't drop another player that could have helped out Grix so much there at the end, but it's just gonna be a full 10-second defuse. Okay. Nice job there at the end. And they will be picking every single weapon that is important for them. Endpoint a round away from a tie. And to be honest, so far, this isn't actually that crazy anymore. Just keep playing a good CT side, focus on what you're doing. And there's a lot to be done here. Off we go. Asubu with a quick Pete play here. Drops down, collects. That's gonna be a little bit of damage done. And I'm okay. Not that far away from actually dropping. And that's gonna be the one challenge for middle. At the moment, Aurora, they have kind of lost their momentum here. But a great start with which they had. They seem to be on control on most of these rounds. At the moment, it seems like they're just a little bit lacking at the moment on that firepower. Some of these fights are kind of confusing them. And right now, it seems like they're regrouping. Are we going to see a push towards the B side? It seems like Endpoint, they are ready for it. Go for the side play. They have to be a little bit careful, especially with the first fights. That's a good molly to actually push out one of the players from short. Meanwhile, a smoke to cover it up. A couple of more seconds will be played. That's 40 seconds left on the clock. And a smoke for short will be dropped. Now the question is, how do they actually want to get through this? That's going to be the bomb. Trying to get on the side, but the low side player is going to be dropped. But Griggs comes out with the first gnarly spray. It's going to be the first kill, but this is just a shutdown at the moment. Kenzie with Norby. Both of the players catching a couple of kills, and Mighty Max will be left alone in a 1 versus 2. And right now, neither of the players are full on HP. So, a tap to the head or a couple of taps to anywhere on the body, and that's going to be the round. Mighty Max, a nice nade bouncing off of that wall. A great catch on the first player. Actually makes this a 1 versus 1. The problem is Utilin in his hands. Burns down the pit. He knows he has to get on top of that bomb, but the problem is he doesn't keep his cool. Plays out the first 1 versus 1 so well. The problem is with the second one, he starts to just jug off Utility. Of course, he doesn't know where the last player is. An unfortunate situation, but hey, that's Counter-Strike. What could it been if he had his weapon in his hand? Just a single bullet could have been enough. Meanwhile, Aurora, they will be making their 11th round. And just a round away from a map point, looking at the buy from the side of Endpoint. It's not going to be perfect, but at least there's something. So it's going to be that op, a couple of M4s, 5.7 and an MP9. Meanwhile, from Aurora, well, it's not perfect either. Mac 10. A couple of Galil's, AK, and an op. And especially considering that op, it's already done its job. Crucial, with the first shot to drop down Klax, at least. Keeps the numbers straight. It's all about that weapon. If they actually try to go for it, Rick still has that angle, and it seems like Aurora, they're spending a lot of manpower trying to fake out the A side at the moment. Now the Molotov on the other side of that red door there. Gives them just a little bit more of an opportunity, but this seems to be Endpoint going for an aim plane at the moment. So both of the players are pushing in. It depends on the first kills. They have given the signal. This is just gonna be the share down. Mighty Max actually takes a huge nade. That's Norway with the first kill. And in front of the main, I'm not entirely sure what they're doing at the moment, but Norway actually catches both of those kills. And from the great start that they had, Endpoint, they just throw it down on the floor. That's the Molotov 4 ruins for the bomb to actually go down. Nobody's there to actually try to stop it. So Crucial actually brings it back to a 3 versus 3. So this is, again, a little bit more doable, especially with the weapons picked. But Surreal does drop down Patsy. That's Kenzie to kill onto Azubo, but a great peek coming behind the box. The perfect timing from Norby, and Kenzie makes sure that donut will be held off. And that's done. Let's go. Another attempt. Round 22. And looking at the buy from the side of Endpoint, it's a little bit lacking at this point, but you can do something with it. There has been a little bit of a conversation recently with those MP9s. that they definitely do need a nerf. It's kind of crazy that we have actually come to a point where it's a question mark. Does the SMGs that cost like a $1,200 that shoot a laser beam that kill you instantly, do they need a nerf? I'm not sure. The only thing they're missing is op bullets at this point, so yeah. This will be just a little bit more of a silent round. A minute being played off the clock. And Aurora, they seem to be ready for that B-side play. Just this one round. And Ancient will be toppled. Endpoint, they are getting ready for that pit swing. Both of those MP9s at the same time. It is just going to be a blenderized round. Kicks actually comes up with a quick trade, but Crucial steps in with one more kill. And with all of that information, it's just going to be a quick push towards that A side. They know it's open. A full stack on the B side. And finally, you can see some of the reactions coming in, but it's all about Mighty Max. If he catches one of the kills, that's going to be huge. But the problem, if he goes down, this is just going to be another 2 versus 2 with the bomb down. Already right inside that smoke. Goes on off of Griggs. Catches that first kill. Makes it a little bit more doable. It's going to be the AK to pop in, but Mighty Max quickly gains the control. And it's his teammates just trying to search for another weapon there. I think the AWP is going to be picked up. Yep, Crucial is going to go for it. And Mighty Max will be gaining that AK. Spin on top of that from us. What a beautiful timing on that push. Playing that smoke perfectly. Meanwhile, trying to figure out if there's an actual side coming into this one. One more buy round from the side of Aurora. Meanwhile, round 3 will just be a pistol buy. That's going to be a couple of clocks here. But Mighty Max, he has pushed himself into a corner where he can't actually come back from. That's an AK on the hands of Kenzie right now. So, it is going to bolster the attack just a little bit more here. Really don't want to do that. See Jod already rotated towards the side. Now it's all about Aurora, how they actually want to play this round. Is it going to be another attempt towards the A side? Norway could be the one to actually push in if he wants to go for the quick risk here. But they could actually use him as an entry at the same time. Seems like they are thinking about that middle control here. Just leaving one player behind the box is going to be the only decision they're going to go for. Lurk around and make sure that anybody trying to actually push from the lane will be stopped. And to be honest, Klax could be a big part of the push. Oh, the shadow. What kind of a peek is that? That's going to be a deagle shot to actually win out the upper. But a nice catch from Z-Shot. First one goes down. It's going to be the AK to be dropped. Focuses on the donut as well. Picks up the USB. Makes it work beautifully to make that a 4K. And for the rest of Endpoint, this is a round where they should be on their knees tanking Z-Shot for that beautiful gameplay right there, because I'm a little bit surprised that the push from multiple angles at the same time didn't work against him. He was so ready for that donut swing. Crucial getting absolutely nailed by that deagle. What an absolute banger. There it is, exactly how you want to see that middle being opened. So the last round of the regulation. Let's see. Need to open up the smoke here in middle. This is just a little bit of a slower round right now. A full minute being played off the clock with extra. And this seems to be an A-side play with a similar type of setup from the last round. So, a lurker from the back, and that is going to be Norway with the perfect timing. He could actually do a lot of work here, depending how they are pushing here. And it's all about seed shot. If he's not focusing on the right angle, that's going to be him swinging right in front of 3 players. And Kenzie comes out with a full double. Aurora gets the bomb down. And this is a tough spot for Endpoint, coming so close of actually pulling this map back into it. Surreal catches the kill onto Glax, but Grex with a double kill shuts it down into a 1 versus 2. Nice op shot coming up from Crucial. Drops the first player, actually is ready for the second one. If he could clutch this, it's an overtime to be held, but it's a nice peek coming in from Grix. He hears the taps, that's 2 seconds already going for the full defuse. He actually comes up with the shot in time to clutch it. And we are hopping into overtime. That is just ridiculous. To be honest, I have seen a couple of shots like that before. It is the crazy flick shot in towards those donut cupboards that seem to be working every single time. So, great play there from Crucial, taking some points from Modesty, I think. Making it work. Wait a minute, who was it? I think it was Wonderful who actually did a similar clutch on Ancient. Maybe Modesty too. He has like 47 clutches and 17 different maps, so who knows. Here we go. Somebody's even asking for a replay. Unfortunately, we don't have that technology. Our whole stream is actually hanging on the thread of a mouse on a loop at the moment, so... yeah. Be happy you're seeing anything at the moment. We're having some technical difficulties. Great start to the craziness today. And for the first map, this is exactly what we were looking for. The last time they did go head-to-head, it was an overtime. I think it was Aurora who... yeah, it was Aurora who won it. I think it was 19-15 or something like that. We could actually pull up that information right here. So... go Crucial with a shot there to drop one, as Uwe did. Catch his kill before going down. And this is Surreal just getting a little bit closer. Where's the connection of that? Cave and Cheetah. Lags. How does he actually win that fight? Crucial does go down at the same time as well. Surreal doesn't get the kill from the cave. It's gonna be at least one of the kills. A good spray on the second player, but the problem is Mighty Max comes out with a beautiful double! Just witches the M4, goes for another swing, and both of the players line up perfectly for that spray to work out. Are you serious? Oh, what a game so far. Crucial with a beautiful clutch there at the end to actually pull this to an overtime. And meanwhile, Endpoint, they just keep bringing this clutch back up. The individual play is just off the hooks at the moment. And it is beautiful to watch. Okay. Okay, boys. Here we are. Some very good CS coming out of Aurora to actually get the map control, but the problem is after they have it, it's all about the after plans where they actually have the bombers. They usually do a very good job of opening up the map, but it's everything after that that goes straight to the toilet. As Zulu does catch one player through the smoke. He knows there's a second one. That's gonna be the nade. A little bit deep, so it doesn't open up the smoke. That's a nice shot to the face, by the way. So Kenzie and Clax, both of the players, very low in HP. Grix catches one of the kills from the backlines. The problem is there's another push coming in already. And this might be Mighty Max. Without almost any information, they're left in a questionable spot here. And it's all about the picks here. Nice catch there. Grix drops crucial. So that is at least another nice kill for him. Mighty Max catches one of the 3 players, but right now this is just a tough spot to be at. Mighty Max smokes off the bomb, goes for the quick peek, fakes off the defense. He knows where exactly one of the players is, catches one of the players inside the cave, and he's actually gonna go for the full defuse right in front of his eyes. I'm not entirely sure what Aurora is doing at the moment, but yeah, Clax does catch the kill there at the end, but this is just Endpoint winning round after round, rounds that they're not supposed to win. Oh boy. Off we go. This is just insane at this point. A full clutch from the A side on a round basically that it was lost. I think it was a 1 versus 4 from the B side. Or 1 versus 3. I don't even remember anymore. I just remember the swap of that M4, nothing else. And another 1 versus 3. This time around, at least, the defense is going to work out. Azubu with another very nice peek onto Grix. From that clutch, from that corner, it's going to be very hard to go against him. And Clax with Patsy left alone. 2 of the last players trying to catch a break here, I guess. And that's crucial, just waiting. Meanwhile, the real push is happening at B side, from the pit and the cave at the same time. Looking at Endpoint's hold at the moment, they have a very nice hold. The only thing you have to do is just make sure that that bomb is not going to hit the floor. Crucial, leaving that corner just for a millisecond. Waiting for this to happen. That's going to get a Molotov to actually make sure nobody's getting through the cave. And you can hear some action happening on the side. They still actually have a utility. That Molotov is going to be huge. A damage done to the players. That's going to be the nade to open up the smoke. They catch Patsy at the worst possible timing. Crucial through the smoke. Makes it happen. And of course, a 4 versus 2 retake is going to be a little bit of an easier one. But this is just ridiculous at this point. Works out to a T. 15 on the board. 12 for Aurora, especially with the start that they had. That is just helpless. There we go. Swapping the sides. Now it's all about Aurora. Can they make something absolutely insane happen? The problem is the momentum is absolutely on the side of Endpoint at this point. It was 12-9, and to be honest, at some parts it was even worse, even though it wasn't a map point. So it wasn't just about the rounds too. It was that Aurora was looking very strong, especially there at the end, looking just better and better. They always had some new stuff to actually throw against the machine, but the individual play at the moment from Endpoint, it's been working so much better. Grix has been actually stepping up a lot, but the problem is even he has been a little bit cold so far. So, if they want to actually make this happen, are going to need that fire from him. Azubu, talking about fires, just standing in front of that Molotov, watching the world burn. Some people, they enjoy it. And we are hopping into terrain after this one. Think about it. If you're autistic, you're gonna love that map. Choo-choo! Meanwhile, we are still waiting for the end of this map here. Minute 10 left on the clock. And seems like Endpoint. They're just basically waiting for Aurora to make some kind of a mistake, especially with the middle push coming right now. Oh, for a second there, the lineup was real, but CJot does go down there at the quick trade. But it seems like they actually are thinking about pushing towards the B side. That's Clax to drop one more. And the Molotov on the side that works out at the perfect timing. So at least Aurora, their CT side is working as intended. And that's about to be the second utility to open up. The smoke, Surreal, he has to step into that line of sight. That's another actually nice drill spot right there. That's a lot of damage to Mighty Max. He goes down. He doesn't actually go down. That's crucial with Mighty Max pulling it back to a 2 versus 2 with one of the players inside the pit. No utility except that one flash. Both of the players, they do have the kits. And Clax, he's not really reacting the way that we are looking for. But through the smoke, oh god! Mighty Max almost finds the timing for a double kill there. But he gets dropped. Ooh. Sometimes it gets very close. But Grix, he holds on to his nerves and makes this a 13. Oh boy. This is getting way too good at the moment. I'm not entirely even sure who people are rooting for here. So, is there anybody in the chat who's for Endpoint? Anybody in the chat who's for Aurora? Doesn't matter what you bet. It's okay. If there's any players in neither of the teams that you're looking towards that. Grix is actually one of the players that I'm very interested. Nice talent right there. You will be defending that side with the first kill. They do actually post an extra kill, but crucial. Opposite up back to a 2 versus 2. That's finally Grix on the rotation. That's the flash on top of the square there. And with Clax's kill on the crucial, it's a 1 versus 2, and this is just going to be a little bit more. Did the stream crash? Are you serious? The worst possible timing too. Yeah, okay. Well, they did win it. Yeah, we're having some stream issues at the moment, so if you're wondering why I'm saying funny or silly stuff every now and then, it's because I'm barely seeing the stream myself at the moment, so I can barely actually even make out the crosshair in the screen. That's how bad it is at the moment. Some of the names, they just look like smush. But hey, it's Counter-Strike. What's a tournament without a couple of issues? Oh yeah. Back to it. Falling towards the lane. And CJot catches the kill onto Preasy. So Endpoint actually starting off this round with a nice bang here. Aurora's just a round away to actually bring it back to an overtime again, but just looking at this round at the moment, it's looking a little bit better for the side of Endpoint. Clax is very low on HP, Patsy already dropped, and this could be the start of the end. A full push from the pit. The players are ready. That's gonna be the high flash. And Norway, he has to go for something insane here. He knows there's a player on the cover. Goes for one of the kills. CJot catches one. It's gonna be Mighty Max to open up the site just a little bit more. And Kenzie left in front of the couple of the players, especially with the push through the smoke. They know there's a player towards the CT side. Grix doesn't know about it. And Azuvu catches the kill. And that's Kenzie left in a 1 versus 3. Drops down CJot to make it a 1 versus 2. Actually bounces in front of the double doors and he gets dropped. That's Endpoint finally sticking a nail to this map. 16 to 14 to make it happen. And I have to say, at some points of the map it felt like it was on a little bit of a crazy loop there. I'm not entirely sure what I was actually witnessing there at the end, but hey, it's Counter-Strike. We are going to be hopping into Train next, which is going to be one of the maps that Aurora has played the most. That was Endpoint's own pick, so if you're still rooting for Aurora to win the whole series, it's still possible. So, We are going to be hopping into train. That's a 60% map win rate for the side of Aurora at the moment with 5 maps played. And for Endpoint, especially with a map up, it's a little bit of a question mark. It's one of those ace cards. No maps on history, and we have no idea what's about to happen. Let's take a break and hop back in when we're ready and check out what's about to happen on the choo-chooiest map of the pool. Bye. Welcome back to the stream. Finally, we're hopping into the game, and it seems like Train will be live. My first Train experience, and this is about to be amazing. I think I just saw a golf there. And it is a very moody map, with a very interesting start, especially as they are going to be taking that outside control as quickly as they can. Right here from the lower rails. It will be surreal to try to hold on to it. That's gonna be a Zubu with the dualies, actually. Double setup works out perfectly. That's Klax to actually drop a Zubu. Molly there to push out the players. This is an interesting setup so far, and to be honest, with the old Train textures, we're actually missing a part of the maps on the minimap, so this is just a little bit crazy at the moment. So don't mind the minimap, it's not fixed out for the map. So it is what it is. Mighty Max catches Kenzie there. And at the moment, from the CT connector, this is just them trying to play the numbers. A minute left on the clock. Right now, from the 6th rail, Crucial is actually pushing back towards the B side. That's going to be Mighty Max with a nice shot there to drop one of the players down. And that's the bomb on the floor as well. So, at least from the T side of heaven, they have the control here. So no surprises will be occurring. That's Norway with a kill on the Mighty. And C-Job behind the bomb train. Gonna look for a kill. That's Grex with a kill on the Surreal. At least C-Job drops Norway there. And that's the bomb. Rushed towards the B side, and now it's all about C-Job. Can he, actually Crucial, can he stop the bomb from going down? No, he's actually not. But the help is on its way. Crucial is a little bit low in HP, but he still wins that fight. And for the defuse, here it goes. This is an interesting turn of events. We don't have the Pop Doc anymore. No more Poppy. That's being taken away from us. Never forget what they took from us. Unfortunate. In a way, though, I do understand it. Some of those Pop Doc fights, they were a little bit awkward. So, I do get it. Right now, looking at the rest of the team as we are seeing the buy. Early utility there for the T-side main. That's gotta be the best way to try to hold off for that push, but one actually got through. That will be Klax already. Outside, just waiting behind the 6th train, and as we are actually getting a Ivy push here, most of the CTs, they're not actually even thinking about the fact that there is a push happening at the moment. And from the back lane, Kenzie, they do drop out the first player. That is going to be the wraparound from the CT spawn directly towards the B side. And already looking at how they're actually seeping in here. Griggs drops Crucial. That C-Shot with at least one of the trays, but Kenzie with that Deagle, he makes something incredible happen. That at least is just a smoke, but the problem is way too late. A nice Deagle shot from the CT spot. And Klax catches Mighty. And that little force buy works out perfectly. Ivy definitely is one of those spots where you want to have that CT presence. If the T's they catch that control over there, that's basically a lost round on a map like this, especially with the new setup. It's a little bit, it seems to be at the moment that it's a little bit easier to actually push in from Ivy than it was before. I might be crazy, but back in the days it seemed like you had to actually go through many fakes before that challenge actually works out, or you just have to go for a straight duel there. At the moment it seems like it's actually very breachable in a way. The similar stuff is actually going on with the Pop Doc as well. Because you don't have to fight on the ladders anymore. It doesn't have to be a perfect drop. To be honest, in a way, it's been noobified in a just a little bit. I'm just looking at the round. I think this might be a reset round. No, they're actually going for a setup. Yeah, for a second there I was wondering. So utility will be spent outside, and I think Endpoint, they got enough information to understand that there is a setup outside of the T main. Neither of the side really going for anything crazy yet. Slowly by slowly. That's the first catch. A little bit damage done to both of the teams. That is actually the CT side starting to find some kind of a bearing here, but the numbers are dwindling. Klax catches the last player there, and that's the round. An awkward start, but a great setup. Just a bit of early damage. And Grix, again, with a beautiful entry, drops down 90. That's the second kill onto Azubu. Of course, these are just pistols at this point. Behind the red train, there's a player inside that smoke. So it's kind of funny to actually see that even with some of the range, some of the trains being misplaced, and the outside area for the utilities are very different from the last version of the maps, you still see similar plays that we actually used to have on this version of on the last older version of the map. Similar smoke, similar stuff. So in a way, we haven't really forgotten how we used to play, but at the same time, it's a whole new world. To be honest, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, just look at the map, the mini-map on the top left, and check out the train placements. That's supposed to give a lot of information right there, how the map has actually changed from the last time that we have seen it on competitive play. And it's been so long too. I think it's like 5 years or something like that. Maybe even more, I'm not entirely sure. I've been playing weird maps in between. And of course, from the top lane, Surreal can't really spot in towards the boiler here. So there's a bit of a box in front of him. That is going to be the utility. The one singular smoke to try to smoke off Connector. Meanwhile, the Molotov will be landing to push one of the CTs out of his spot, but this is going to be the first line off the defense. This is a very good corner to actually hold it off from crucial Windstaff fight. It's going to be Norman with the quick trade, but Moneymax steps in with the help. Patsy keeps the numbers straight, but Asubu brings it back for the CT side. The bomb just going down. Surreal make sure that this is going to be a CT round. Grix trying to do his best to try to stop the defuse. And, okay, the Max 10 running out of ammo, but it will be Surreal to step in with the last kill there. What a duel. So far. Off we go for more. This is exactly where it gets a little bit more interesting away. Who's the underdog here? Well, unfortunately, it's got to be Endpoint with the map already underneath their sleeves. If they wanted to make this a 2-0 series, they really need to show us. They really need to show us a flawless CT side here. Of course, if they have a ridiculous T. And to be honest, with the amount of maps being played on train, it's in my opinion still up in the wind if this is a T or a CT sided map. Looking at some of the duels here, it is a little bit more open for the Ts from the last time that we saw it, and Azubu at the moment is just proving me wrong. The main duels, triple kill for him to actually hold on to it. A very nice play from the Sir with the great spray control. Makes that look easy. That's gonna be Klax and Patsy in a 2 versus 3. And to be honest, from some of the rounds that we have already seen from Aurora, it's a little bit up in the wind if this is a bad or a good thing. So, at least crucial. That's just one of the kills. That's Klax with a quick trade, but This is still doable, especially trying to hurt the economy. And the bomb will be finding itself on a site. Now it's all about Clax. The bomb train. And Surreal can't actually step into that fight right here. He has to sneak to spot Clax. He might know that there's a player very close to him, but he wins the fight actually against the Azubu. He's not ready for Surreal to be that close. And it just works enough. And here we are. Off to a new one we go again. So, early damage from the mains. It's a great catch at the start. Surreal actually brings it back to a doable number. A couple of the players a little bit low on HP. You have to be a little bit careful. Now they actually want to... Looking at the rest of the round here. So far, the A side control has been basically gained. There is a player behind the smoke there, so actually two of them. That's a Azubu. Same spot, spotting one of the players. Norvi drops Crucial, and that's gonna be clashed with Azubu drop there. Mighty Max and Surreal, both of the players left to hunt. Rix gets dropped down low, catches one of the players with a quick peek there. And this is Mighty Max left in between a sandwich in a way, especially with the bomb going down. This is just going to be that much harder. They know exactly where he is. That's got a bit of smoke too. Give him just a little bit more space to work with. And from the last trail, Rix just positioning that up right into his eye. So that's gonna be a headshot for him. And Aurora makes this a four-round series for themselves already. Endpoint actually they pulled 3 rounds in between, so not the worst spot to be at. But it's not great yet. Let's see what more can be actually done here. Will be the utility dump again. If any of the CTs that want to go for a quick challenge here, actually have to go through that utility right there. Kenzie will catch the kill onto Azubu. C-Jot. Quick trade, and that's actually another one through the smoke. That's a very nice peek, actually going through it again. Norby might not be ready for this one at all, and that is C-Jot just punching numbers on the table at this point. That's even a nade to try to push them off, and Griggs left in an impossible situation. That's his team just going down. C-Jot plays that perfectly. I think that was a couple of kills through the smoke, even actually goes through it, knowing that they're not ready for it, and it works out to a T. Here we are. Utility dump towards the T main. A similar story on the other side of the map. And the CT is getting a little bit closer towards the enemy this time around. Hopefully we get an update to the map, so... And we see a little bit of a shuffle here. So, the first peeks in towards the Ivy here and the double setup. Similar from the last map how it worked, just a little bit closer this time around. They have squished the map just a little bit more into a smaller spot there, which might not actually be a bad thing. But the rest of Aurora seeming to switch towards that B side, and this will be a 5-man hit. They're gonna need that quick rotation from Endpoint. Quickly. Seeing that utility fly into the map, so Real will give out the call. From the top of the lane here, the only thing he has to do is just hold and stay alive for his teammates to actually get it just a little bit closer. That's gonna be the utility in about a second. Surreal catches Patsy. That's Clax with a quick trade there, at least. And Clax with the second kill of the Crucial. And this seems to be an Aurora game at the moment. That after plant position just seems to be working so well. They barely can actually step in. Seed shot left. That's the sole player. Doing a very good job on a couple of rounds back. But right now... Okay, with a nice shot there towards the upper lane. That's amazing to make it a 1 versus 1. The problem is the smoke. I don't think it's... we did actually land on top of the bomb. And now it's all about Kenzie. Can he find the kill? Of course, with the Tech 9. He pulls it out. Makes it happen. And that comes way too close to comfort. Four to 5. Aurora. The B side execution works to a T. And yeah, there's a lot of utility being spent there at the start of the every CT round, so you might want to see a little bit more utility there from the CTs to cover up the bomb plant. So far Aurora, they have played the utility off the CT's defense very well. Now one smoke was a little bit of an issue, but it works out still. Couple of shots there through the smoke. After the bloom. Nice, another catch from Clax. Actually made that a triple kill. 3 kills straight off the start to open up the A side. There's a player behind a bomb train there. Crucial with the scout actually makes him go down very quickly. So a 2 versus 3, which is in the worst possible spot to be at. With a couple of players a little bit low, especially with that scout. He could do some damage with Kenzie. That's just Crucial and through the smoke. Patsy was just waiting for that to happen. And that's another round for the boys in blue. Well, at the moment they're actually holding yellow in a way, so... There we go. Couple of very good rounds. Endpoint. Unfortunately staring at a very empty bank. So we're not gonna get that buy. Flags, well, just leaning to push outside with that Mac 10 is gonna work out perfectly. He gets dropped there, but it's a lot of information for his team, which helps out Patsy with that triple. And for Kenzie to try to find the last player, he's actually testing the smokes, which is the right idea, but Money Max is just on the other side of that metal there. It's kind of funky to think about the fact that there's a wall right there right now. So the actual push point is that middle portion of the wall. Back in the days, you could actually crouch underneath the train, so that seems to be far history right now. None of that anymore. That is just the flashes for that one teammate to get inside. There is a challenge coming in towards Olaf. So the Molly spot, Griggs actually with an AWP is going to open up the round right there. This is just going to be a full push through. The help is already here. That's going to be the Molotov behind the box. Behind the bomb train. That's the utility as well. Nades and flashes, everything will be dumped on top of the CTs. This is a very hard spot to actually hold it from. And with this much space, I have to say that this could be one... I need to get that information. Especially with a little bit of a backfight here. But some of these spots that really seem that like they work out for the T side so well. There's that little spots for the CTs to actually fight from. So if you have to be covered, just huddled up behind that little bomb train there, that's a little bit of a problem. Eternal fire, just one Falcons. Oh god. And Vitality is 11 to 11 with 3D max. Are you serious? Inferno, the poison of Vitality. Let's get those stats. Map straight off the start. I want to actually see how many train games has been played already with the new season. Let's put 3 map months filter right here. Yeah, it's actually CT sided, so 56.2 and 43.8. I'm a little bit surprised. We might be still looking for that balance. Usually it balances out just a little bit later, but it might be actually about the teams too that play against each other. Interesting. So, at least we are hopping into the second half here. That's going to be the pistols coming up again. Endpoint with 4 rounds on the CT side. Looking to make a difference here, I guess. It's got to be the cats from Cheap Job to start off the round. Surreal picks his own, and the full batch from outside is going to work out to overclock the enemy team. And this is actually going to be one of the most simplistic rounds that we've seen so far. 5th round on the board, Endpoint. We're making this a little bit more interesting right now. Great bait, mate. Here we go. Well, this is just gotta be the USB bash already being taken care of. So they did drop one player. That's gonna be crucial before he got that double. After he got that double. And off we go. That's gonna be the early utility. Need right in front of the ladder room there, or the old ladder room. I'm not entirely sure what to call it. Maybe they're still calling it a bomb dock. But that's C-Jot to drop down Kenzie. Fabi Serro, welcome to the stream, dude. And Kalax catches a Zulu, so with the bomb, just a little bit closer. C-Jot actually tries to go for that connector fight, but it's gonna be Griggs with the rest of the CTs to take care of the pushers. And that's going to be the first round for the side of Aurora to fight for their own map pick. Now it's all about the buy from Endpoint. If they could actually take this round, destroy the economy from Aurora, there might be a little bit of an easier side here. But if Aurora actually wins this round, and they save a little bit of a couple of weapons there, that's where it gets a little bit interesting. So they have to be careful. Yeah, Train has been played 55 times now that it's been brought in on HLTV, so it's kind of interesting. So good riddance, Vertigo. Nobody misses you. Meanwhile, we're hopping back in here, so... Seems like Endpoint. A side seems to be the way to go. Again, already a man down, but with a couple of players from the lane. Ivy's got to be the right way to push, but Patsy does drop one before the execution idea when it comes to a halt. And where there's a little bit damage done from the T-side main. Mighty Max seems to be just giving away that situation just a little bit. And I forgot the fact that you can actually go on top of the trains here. Patsy. And the Klax. Everybody's just waiting for something to happen. This will be a full Ivy push. Patsy behind that train trying to catch that timing on the spray. Actually makes it happen with the first one. There's a couple of more to actually be found. Crucial has to be a little bit careful. Patsy is low, but he's definitely done the work for a round. A triple already underneath his belt with 23 points of health. It seems like Endpoint, they are just going for the save. And Patsy, it seems like he's actually hunting for a full ace here. The more kills he can actually go for, especially after the time, the better. And I have a feeling he's gonna swing in here. No. We're just gonna see a full save. Oh, that wasn't that far away. Okay, Crucial. Let's stop that event. And that's a great round for the side of Aurora. Off to a new one we go. Op AKs and M4s, all trained and ready. And it seems like Aurora on their CT side, they actually want to go for a little bit more of the space here. So it's gonna be the right way to go for them not to cover it away from the T's here. And this seems to be a little bit more of a B-side round. There's that first pick, and that's gonna be the molly left down on the floor. So it kind of resets all of the ideas, but Endpoint, they didn't actually fully commit to this one, especially with the quick rotation from the ladder room at the moment, or the old ladder room. They could go for a hit on towards that A side, especially looking at the space that they're holding from at the moment. Aurora seems to be just ready for this push right here. So, as long as they keep those two players alive, this is going to be a hard one. But Endpoint with a couple of well-placed shots, they have a chance to open up this round. We have seen some crazy eagle shots come out already. That's gonna be the utility burning down. And another molly just to make sure that from the lower ladder, lower lane, sorry. I'm just going to be pushing in. And that's 30 seconds left on the clock at this point. This is getting very time expensive. It's a round. Finally, the first push. Mighty Max tries to go for the information. Finally gets it. The problem is the rest of his team basically has been dropped. That's another kill for Crucial at least, but 3 weapons will be safe for our next round. Aurora just a round away from map point on their own map pick. Nobody's actually checking the lower stairs. Hello, at least for real. Against trade kill onto Kenzie, but at this point it's a little bit of a swan song. They could have gotten away with a double kill in this round. Nobody checks those stairs. We are. Seems like they are thinking about that push towards the east side from the upper lane. that will be the most of the utilities. This is just still baiting the CT side. Neither of the effects actually gone through yet. It seems like one of the players is thinking about dropping onto the side. That's going to be Glitch with a shot onto a Zulu. And the information has been gained. That's Norway to actually take out the kill. The Crucial with C-Shot left alone. Of course, the second to say it. Even they will be mopped. Aurora with 12 on the board. And that's a tough spot for Endpoint if they wanted to fight for this map. Because right now they need to win 6 rounds in a row just to make this an overtime. And I have a very strong feeling we are about to see Mirage. But it's going to be a little bit of a better map for them at least. Looking at the stats right here. As Mirage, Train was 0% match for them. It's going to be 67 versus 43. With both the teams actually playing a lot of Mirage, according to HLTV. Meanwhile, Crucial, after losing one of his teammates, they do pull back a kill there, but Crucial is very low in HP. 4 points of health. To be honest, I wouldn't hate the idea to drop that weapon for Azulu. That's Mighty Max going down with almost the same spray his teammate. Catches a spray there too, but it's Azulu to catch a couple of the kills, but Norway ends it with a triple. And that's about it. 13-6. To be honest, once we really got onto the T side rounds, where Aurora finally got the buy on the CT side, that's basically where it went tits up. So just a couple of rounds there on the T side, a couple of attempts, it didn't really work out. The map is way too different from the last one, so you can't really play the same style that you did before. And I have to say, Aurora, they had a very nice start there, especially now that they have their 6th train map on a pool. And they can actually lift those percentage. So we are going to be hopping into Mirage next, and that is going to be a 67% map win rate for the side of Aurora and 43 for Endpoint, with 12 maps and 14 maps being played. So it's a little bit more of a 50-50 in a way of how many maps they have played on Mirage, but it seems like there's a little bit more of an edge for Aurora. So let's take a little break, hop in for the last map, and check out what's about to happen on Mirage. Welcome back to the stream, and as we are going to be hopping into Mirage, well, with a 1-1 map on both of the teams here, this is going to be the decider. Depending how they are going to be playing here, it's going to be the win for the full best of 3, and so far, for the 9th round at least, Aurora wins it, so they get to change the sides if they want to. They get to choose which side are they going to be starting on, as we are going to be hopping into Mirage, and it is going to be one of the more 50-50 maps on the pool, so, or out of the 3 maps that they have played so far. Ancient was a little bit more closer than I was anticipating. Of course, Endpoint finally wins it, but Untrained was a very one-sided map. Here, as we're going to be hopping into Mirage, it's a 67% map win rate for the side of Aurora, and for Endpoint it's 43. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure how much I vibe with those numbers, because it's one of those maps that they haven't actually played against each other, but I have seen Aurora play this map before, and I have to say, they do look like a squad you really don't want to play with. But as we are going to be hopping into the first round, this is going to be a little bit more about the individual play here at the start, especially as one of the players already getting domed. That is surreal to catch the kill. And Endpoint, especially on Ancient, they had a lot more rounds where those individuals popped off. It's going to be at least Galax to bring it back to 4 versus 4. That is going to be the quick trade from the B-side apps. And Mighty Max gets us a kill needed. Rix does come out with 1, but the problem is Mighty is ready for that second swing. And the bomb will be going down at 2 versus 3. With Patsy bringing it back to a 2 versus 2, actually. That will be the short attempt and the full push from both of the players at the same time. Galax does drop 1, but the problem is he's not ready for the second one. And Endpoint, they make this a round. Here we go. That is going to be the utility drop for one of the players. Meanwhile, from Aurora, we are seeing a force buy here. It's a 1 FAMAS, couple of 5.7s, 1 MP9, and a scout. Meanwhile, from Endpoint, rifles and SMGs seems to be the way to go. Not a single AK, and to be honest, this is the right way to go. If you lose this round, there's not going to be picked up AKs. And to be honest, the Galil is going to be okay in most of these fights, even though Patsy does win the first fight against Crucial. Surreal drops it back to 4 versus 4, and that's actually the second shot coming in from C-Shot to bring it back to a man advantage. And with some of the players on the side already, the only thing they have to think about is about the plant, and Mighty Max does handle it. A pop flash in front of the doors there, and that's gotta be the second one for the window. That's a little bit shallow there. But looking at the map and around Aurora, they might be thinking about a save already, and that's exactly what they're gonna go for. There's no real good reason to actually go for this retake here. Just try to save the weaponry you have, and to be honest, looking at the bot at the moment, it's not the worst one. A FAMAS 5.7 and a scout, you can actually do something with those in the next round, but C-Shot will be taking down one of those weapons. It's gonna be Kenzie with the quick straight, but another shot actually coming out from the FAMAS. They're doing a very good job of trying to hold on to a couple of weapons here. But with the bomb going off, this is definitely not going to be one of those rounds which plays for the side of Aurora. Endpoint, they clear this round. And now let's see if they can actually keep it up. If they could start to chain these rounds together straight off the start, that would be the best way to go. Oh. And an A-side pop with a player from middle. Cover his way. Rix with a beautiful headshot there. That's actually going to be Patsy with the second one, but okay, Klax and Grix they're actually making this happen. Wait a minute, this A-side hold is working out to a very nice start here. With a 3 versus 1 at the moment by the Max. If he could separate a couple of these picks into a 1 versus 1 versus... Oh, that is a beautiful Khalil spray coming out of there. To bring it back to a 1 versus 1, knowing that the only thing against him is a Mac-10. And he is just going to be resetting this situation. A 50-second timer on the clock to play around with. An Endpoint. Oh, are they happy to have Mighty Max on their ranks at the moment. What a beautiful spray down. A great control out of that spray too, to challenge both of those players at the same time. And looking at Norby. This is a doable round even for the side of Aurora. Of course it is, but it's all about the timing. Especially with Mighty Max, knowing that there was a player towards that A side. Now the question is, did he rotate towards the B side, or is he hiding somewhere? It seems like Mighty Max is reading this round right on point. Endpoint. Oh. It's gonna be the molly to make sure that the car is at least burning, and that will be the information for Aurora to get that quick trade. Sorry, rotation. Mighty getting the bomb down and finding the spot to hold. It's all onto Norby. How will he be reading this round, especially with a balance like that? It's very open at this point, especially during the steps from Norby. The only thing he has to do is just step in to a peak at the perfect timing. That's going to be the peak on top of the car, spotting the player back towards him. And the round is done. Maybe a little bit of a simplistic plan. I was waiting for that to be a short plan. And from him to actually play from the car could have been the best way to go around. But, of course, when there's a way, there's a will, I guess. There we go. A bit of a slower start this time around. Taking a couple of pointers from the last round, maybe trying to push in just a little bit too quick. That's gonna be the middle attempt. Already getting in. Jod will be the one to lead the lane here. And looking at Aurora's spot, it seems like they have a little bit of a trap set up here. So, of course, the replacement are on the side of Endpoint. This is just gonna be a... Wait a minute. Context will wins that first fight. That's a very nice duel to win. But the problem is, from the side, Norby is not ready for that to go down. That's gotta be the Molotov and the utility spent towards the market. Grix catches one of the kills in between, but Azubu did drop a player before. One of his own going down. Grix makes this a little bit more doable at the moment, especially as the bomb planter will be hitting the ground. That's 25 seconds left on the clock. And Grix just looking for a spot here. Crucial with Mighty Max. Both of the players. Perfect timing on both of those kills. And there it is. 4 rounds in a row. They've been clearing one of the buy rounds from Aurora. Off we go. Ooh. A-side pop seems to be the way to go. The last time they attempted this, it was the pistols to almost shut down the push. And to be honest, that round was won from a 1 versus 1 clutch on that B side. It was actually a 1 versus 3. winning those couple of kills from the side quickly. And after that, converted into a 1 versus 1. Crucial catches the first kill. That's gonna be Kenzie with a quick trade in towards the pit, but Crucial keeps the numbers straight. That's the second kill for him. And actually, already with the push through the connector. Preasy does drop one, but it's gonna be Siege Job with Surreal. Open up the side, and that's just gonna be the lonely 5-7 against the two other players. Especially from the long range and the Molotov underneath his feet. Oh, that's a tough spot to be at. Another round, it gets a little bit expensive, but it works. Here we go. At the moment, Falcons, they are getting absolutely beat. Eternal Fire as a team is starting to look actually legit at the moment, so... I'm not sure, is it because we have so many roster changes at the moment, so the scene is a little bit weak at the moment? I think in a couple of months we're gonna get that information, but... Looking at our own game, the round starts off with a bang as they go for that middle peak. A couple of the kills actually landing for the side of Endpoint, but there was one from Kenzie, and a little bit damage done to Crucial and Azubu. But still, Endpoint, they have the lead with a burning logo on 5 rounds. They just have to keep this rolling. Here we go. See John stepping a little bit closer here from middle. That will be Griggs to catch for the kill. Passes the second one as well. Norby from the short holds on to his own and makes this happen. Sole player to survive, and to be honest, they do win the round. That's a very important round for Aurora to actually win, but the problem is, looking at the economy, almost every single weapon getting wiped out. They barely have a buy here. It is going to be that 1M4 with the op that got saved from the last round, but the rest of the players, they have to go for FAMAS's and MP9s here. FAMAS did get just a light buff, and the MP9 did get a light debuff, but to be honest, I have to say it barely does anything to the weapons, so they're still basically the same stuff. Yes. It's going to be the Molly. C-Job with a running shot to Glax. Grix gets the quick kill on the C-Job there, but the side has been actually lost. Gets it through the smoke, catches Surreal. And that will be the smoke to cover up the connector, but it's a little bit too late. At that point, that utility doesn't really do much. That will be, with the bomb down, a couple of AKs being picked up. Clean play so far, Endpoint. The only thing you have to do is just to try to clear the CT defense. That will be Grix with a couple of kills and Norway in between with 1. And the bomb will be defused. Aurora with a second round on the board. The more they can actually do here on the CT side, the better. Now the only thing I have to do is just keep the flow up. Here we are. A bit of a timeout from Endpoint, and to be honest, in a very good spot too. just to have a conversation before they start to bleed out these rounds to maybe try to fix whatever they're doing. And off we go. That's gonna be the B-side pop. And this is just a fake so far. Just to catch a little bit of an reaction from the CT side. Clax. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, will be dropping the bomb. And that's at least one kill from Tech 9. Wait a minute, this is crucial. And Azubu starting to clear the map at the moment. What is happening? Aurora, from a very simplistic 5 versus 2, it turns into a 2 versus 2. Well, Azubu is a little bit low in HP, but it is going to be the bomb that breaks it or clears it. Especially from the apps, there is a push coming in from Crucial. If he clears this 1 versus 1, there is a game in front of us. Crucial. Ah, the spray control from Clax is just on point. He was just ready for that. And it will be a little bit melodramatic, but as long as it works out for a round, that's the only thing that is important. It is a little bit funky that you lost a couple of players there. Right now, 10 seconds will be left on the clock, and it will be the one saved M4 from Azubu. And that's the only thing they get out of this round. They're coming very close there at the end. I have to give them a couple of points. But meanwhile, Aurora, this will be the 3rd round in a row now. And to be honest, more is needed. Ricks with a deep B-side control. Anybody who's not careful actually pushing in towards the lower tunnel or coming out of it, they might find a bullet. That's a lot of control from one player, and you can actually see it on the map control at the moment. The call, that's a beautiful nade. Oh, okay. Doesn't actually do nearly enough damage that I was hoping for. So, Rick still just playing the same spot here. Meanwhile, it seems like Endpoint, they are starting to hobble up here from middle. And we are about to see a play. And to be honest, at the moment, it's going to be very hard to call it out because the bomb hasn't been really committed to anything yet. So this might be a A-side stack if they want to go for it, especially if Crucial clears out the window with the perfect timing of Kenzie just walking away from it. And this might actually be huge. 12 on the board for Eternal Fire. Oh, Falcons. How much has the project cost so far? Kenzie leaves the window area. I'm fairly sure he heard that drop. That's a little bit of a mistake from Crucial to make a lot of noise. Nice catch there. So it will be Norway with Slacks to actually catch a couple of kills. Clax actually went with the nade. Drops 1. And that's a very large mistake from Endpoint. So Crucial actually jumping into the window, making that much noise, is a little bit of a clear sign there. Hopping into a new one again. AK straight, meanwhile, from Aurora. The economy is starting to bloom just a little bit. It's going to be AK with a couple M4s and an AWP. And enough utility to play out throughout the round. That's going to be most of the Molotovs being used. There's still one in the hands of Kenzie. Meanwhile, Endpoint, they're going to be taking this round just a little bit slower. Not actually taking that much damage from the utility. Azubu just dropped it to 71, and to be honest, they're fine. It's going to be the smoke on top of the con. Meanwhile, Klax looking to clear in the apps from the backside, and he actually wins the fight against Surreal. It's a little bit of a questionable remark. If you're actually clearing that angle, you're supposed to be the one who's ready to go for the fight there. That's the nade to open up the smokes. Griggs goes for the one shot, doesn't actually land the shot there, but that's going to be a perfect time molly. Oh, it's going to break the defense. Sorry, the attack. And a smoke, too. Gain a little bit more control for the side here. And Aurora, they're starting to look a lot better here. Kenzie with 39 HP, the only thing he has to do is just play as much time as he can. That's going to be the push coming in from the pit. Max with that Zubu. They do open up to respect the players from the side. Griggs with a nice shot there. Drops Sejon to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. And Patsy from Connector. Looking for a way in. That's going to be Griggs just going for the quick reload here. And none of the T's are that close towards the A main. Sorry, for the ticket. And the bomb in an open plan, crucial from the Connector, will be fun in the first step in towards the fight. It's going to be Patsy to win it. Does he know that there's a player very close to him? A quick trade from Azubu, and as he takes out the Connector control, that's going to be Norvi from the cross to actually drop down Money Max. They have to go for the plant, and Azubu, the only thing he has to do is just fight for that one fight. But Griggs steps onto the site, goes for the full defuse, and that's the round. 5 rounds on the board. Aurora looking insane. Right now, their logo is burning. Endpoint with a ridiculous start, just starting to melt. A quick push towards the apartments here. Patsy looking to go for that first fight, leaving his teammate. So, soloing this one. And that's going to be actually the bomb left towards the pit too, so they could actually go for an A-side split here. A couple of players from middle. And especially looking at the points that they have gotten into, just a little bit damage being taken. And they already have the ladder room control. Even in front of the con, there's a lot of space to work with at the moment, so this is going to be working out for the side of Endpoint very well. Endpoint not feeling the rush. Why did we hear that sound? What's happening? A timed molly. Collapsing with a nade here. Looking for the off timing. That's gotta be the smoke towards jungle at least. And a quick pop flash for the pit. Meanwhile, the off time nade is not gonna land on enemy, but they know exactly where the push is coming from. That's a beautiful lead from Patsy to actually make it a double, but the entries are going to be the ones to actually pull it back to a 3 versus 3. So, Mighty Max with Azubu. They find a respectable kills, but Norby with a double kill actually puts it back. And Kenzie with a perfect timing from the ticket. Drops the last player. And Aurora with the 6th round on the board. Looking very one-sided right now. Here we go. A lot of damage to John Patch actually with a double kill. Goes even for the 3rd one. Oh god. Pulls out the 5-7. Kenzie helps out with the kill from the back lines. Oops, that's Griggs almost catching that 1 kill, but Surreal kind of baits him out there. There's just a little bit of a sliver being shown. And Patsy drops down to real. Here we go. 7 rounds in a row. Endpoint absolutely melting on the rest of the T-side rounds. And now it's all about that CT start. If they could win the first round, pull it back, and start forming some kind of a defense here. There's a lot to be actually played for, but if it doesn't really pan out their way, this is just going to be horrendous. Here we go. This will be a push from the abs. That's gonna be the one flash to try to step into the groove. A quick push towards the site. That's gonna be Kenta with the first kill onto Azubu. Patsy catches the second kill from the site though. There was a little second for him to actually get that kill. Grix even steps in with one. And that will be Patsy to make sure that the CT push is not gonna work out. Surreal left alone in a 1 versus 4. There's just so much going on the screen at the moment. From a long range, he does catch one, but the problem is he has 4 HP. So basically, just a shot from that Glock is going to be enough. Anywhere on his body. And the round will be done. Here we go. What a simplistic pistol round, but it works out for a round. And basically, without any issues at all, they clear that first part of the start. Now it's all about trying to keep this as consistent as they can. It's actually going to be Endpoint on a full save. Basically, Surreal's just going for armor and a 5-7, nothing else. The rest of the team's just going for a save here. And right now, Endpoint, they haven't really shown us anything in 8 rounds in a row. So, this is where it gets a little bit questionable. Especially with a ridiculous clutch. For it is to go this wrong, that's a bit of a problem. That's the need for the ladder room. A nice shot to the face. Surreal catches Norway at least. And that will be the utility for him to be taken a little bit more seriously. That's Kenzie actually catching the kill on the crucial with a knee, so... Oh, that's a nice dink. Patsy dropped out to 44. And right now, with the bomb on the A side, this seems to be one of those rounds which is just basically lost. That's at least a kill from the MAC-10, so that's a little bit more money for the economy. And then picked up AK. That's gonna be nice. And the rest of the weaponry, they can actually go for a hunt still. That's the armor being lost, unfortunately. With a MAC-10. Mighty. The only one with a USB still trying to go for a hunt, and it's actually they're trying to go for the retake of the site without any utility. That's just the AK. Basically giving back for the enemy team, and Klax can just pick it up. And that's about it. So, picks up the Galil, his teammate took out the AK. And there he goes. To be honest, the save of that AK for this round would not have been that insane, but some people, they do prefer it, of course. So, could have helped somebody in the team. And off we go. This is 9 rounds in a row now for Aurora. Finally, we're seeing that first buy coming out from Endpoint. The question is, can they do something with this? I need to open up the smokes. That was Azul on top of the hold, actually being taken down. Surreal comes up with a quick trade onto Patsy. But the main culprit is still alive. That's gonna be Klex, just looking for a kill here. And actually holding on towards the short. Anybody who wants to go for the peaks again? You have a challenger. Surreal is very low in HP. 8 points left. That's just gonna be a couple of drilled shots through the smoke. Not really finding the target. Norvi gains the control from the ladder room. Meanwhile, the rest of the T's, they are swapping back towards that B-side defense. So if they actually read this round correctly, that B-side push is going to be phenomenal. Especially as Endpoint. They're reading this round as an A play. So that might be a little bit too much. That's going to be the flash and the utility be spending about a second. And at this point, Endpoint, yeah, they should know that there's no going back towards that B-side. Trying to go for the 50-50 lottery hold didn't really work out. Aurora absolutely read this round to perfection. Endpoint with a bit of a ballsy play here that doesn't really make any sense, especially as they didn't really spot it. I'm not entirely sure what the cue was for them to go for a full A-side stack. Because at that point, the maximum area that they had was the ladder room. So I'm not entirely sure where that call came from, but it is what it is. Unfortunate. Boom goes off the bomb. That's actually Norby going down with the bomb after the time. And Endpoint still yet to see a round. Very harsh. Here we go. That will be the first peak. Not really landing the shot onto anything this time around. There's still not an op on the side of Endpoint. This is just a silent hold at this point. Nobody's here to challenge. Middle at all. So Aurora, they're just gonna get this free control. They have a couple of players inside the connector. Norby actually drops down a player from short. It's gonna be a huge start. And especially with that Molotov, it just backs off the players back towards the B side of play. And that's just a player left on towards the B side to fend it off. And at the moment, if Mighty Max doesn't go absolutely ballistic, this round is going to be done, especially from that corner. Norby catches the kill. It's going to be Siege John stepping off to the side. He will be taken care of. He actually catches the second kill before going down. That's a flash for the market. And a push coming in from the back lines, and it seems like Rix is ready for it. The op misses the target. A shot towards the short. I think they knew that there's a player towards the market. I'm not entirely sure. They did use a lot of utility over there. A peek from the side. Crucial comes out with the kill. Klax makes this a 1 versus 1, especially with the bomb. He will be rotating towards the A side. And Endpoint on a brink of giving Aurora 11. And losing almost every single weaponry there is. Klax making sure that nobody's holding connector, and that's gonna be the edge plan right there. This is a very open plan. You can actually see it almost from everywhere except from jungle. But it still works out for a very good spot there. Azul will be just stepping in. I think he thinks this is going to be a pit play, especially with that plant Klax. The only thing he has to do is just time the defuse. Reading off the timer. Azubu still has no idea where the hold is coming from. And Klax just times this. 1 second left. What? I think I saw the counter hit 0. I'm fairly sure I saw the counter hit 0. I am very sure I saw the counter hit 0. But okay. It still works out for a round for Aurora, so that's 11 on the board. Endpoint still yet to post a round. And at least with the map point, or sorry, with the bonus money, they can actually go for a buy there. It was 0.5. No, I actually saw 0. 0.00 was on the screen. I can actually run that back on the broadcast. Not entirely sure if the HUD is broken, but Jesus Christ. At least Grix catches that first kill on the Azubu. That's Kenzie to drop down. Well, at the moment, the whole CT defense is just literally going down. This is just ridiculous at this point. Endpoint looking legless on both of these two ending maps. Aurora on another level. Oh boy. Up and an M4. Potentially to be saved, and already Kenzie is looking for one of those weapons. He will be taken down, but that information will be sent for the rest of the team. Be on the lookout. Why does it make that sound? I'm not entirely sure. Where does that come from? Sounds very sexual. I'm not entirely sure where did Gaben actually find these sounds from, but if it works, it works. That's the block made. For an underpass push, anybody who wants to actually go for the peak. A little bit of damage will be done. Crucial. That's just the first kill on the Norway. And that's Azubu. Gained the kill on the Grix. That's Kenzie going down as well. Glax and Patsy. Left around here. And so far the round is actually looking a lot better for the side of Endpoint. Glax will be dropped there, and that's just gonna be crucial. Grilled out of that corner, but Patsy, the only thing he has to do is just make this round as expensive as he can. And the better it's gonna be for them. And Patsy will take a shot to the body. And a phase 2. So that's 3 kills for Surreal there at the end. They do save 3 weapons for the next round. So at least the buy is going to be perfect. But the problem is there's a long road ahead of them. So that's going to be one of the rounds that they need. But it's going to be another 6 just to make this a map point. And an overtime. Or actually just an overtime. Meanwhile for Aurora, they basically just have to stumble through. And that's gonna be it. At least the logo isn't burning anymore. Early utility damage will be done, and to be honest, looking at the buy from Aurora, it's still a little bit scary. Or a case with a couple of pistols and an op, and that is going to be one of the players already tacked down to 8. Crucial. Has to be a little bit careful how he's going to be proceeding, approaching the rest of the round here. Just going for that quick cheeky reload, swapping that place towards the ticket. The more distance he has between the players, the better. At the same time, Aurora. This will be Norway with Grex. Taking a little bit of damage to hunt out a couple of more kills. Looking at the rest of the team, they are actually going to go for a split setup here. The bomb will be following them from the pit. That's actually Clax with the first Deagle shot there. Azubu does drop him as a trade, but Griggs comes up with a quick kill on the Crucial. That's gonna be 2 kills needed to open up the side, even finding the third one behind the ticket. Oh boy, I think this is done. We are heading into the end, as most of what Endpoint has done so far has been for nothing. And a 2 versus 4 retake stepping in, especially with a couple of players taking a little bit damage. Mighty Max does drop Norway to make this just a little bit more doable, but at this point, it's Patsy and Griggs to just stomp Endpoint with 13-6 on map number 3. And I think that was basically the same numbers that we got from Train. Yeah. So far, for Aurora, Ancient was a little bit of a questionable factor. It got to 16-14. There was a couple of moments there for them to actually show a little bit more skin there. Maybe get away from the camera. Okay, cool. And on Train, it was a 13-6, and here on Mirage, it was a 13-6 as well. So a little bit of a walkover against the enemies. So Endpoint, they really didn't have that much gas left on the tank for the last 2 maps. Maybe Train could be one of those ones that maybe if they learn a little bit more, a couple of setups more, maybe a couple of more T-side attempts, there might be something there, but I'm not entirely sure. On Mirage, it was basically just 5 rounds in a row for them at the start, and then it was just an Aurora show. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and hop into the second best of 3, which will be, if I remember correctly, was GenOne going against Preasy. So yeah, that's going to be the second best of 3 in about 10 minutes. Maybe that timer is going to be reset for something else, so we're going to take an actual break, and we will see you on GenOne against Preasy. See you there. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time. It's nice to have you here as we are going to be hopping into the second best of 3 for today. And this will be with GenOne going against Preasy. You can see the roster right here. It's going to be Doublewek, Drag, Jax, Cursey, and Brooksy. And Jax is actually a stand-in from Nip. At the moment, I'm not entirely sure how that whole fiasco works. Does he play mainly for this team? Does he not? I'm not entirely sure. But from the side of Preasy, Patty, Griller, Asilian, Becky, and Vigo will be headlining the roster from the Danish side. And yeah, they will be going against each other in about a second. And we will get the full main play here. At the moment, seems like our video has crashed again. Hopefully it gets fixed somehow. So you can see the maps on the screen. Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke will be the maps that we're going to be playing. That's Preasy picking Ancient. Anubis will be a pick coming out of GenOne, and Decider will be on Nuke if we are going to be seeing it. Depending how it goes. And so far, not entirely sure what else can we actually do here. Thinking about the fact that, looking at some of the percentage, it is going to be, yeah, so we're going to be starting on Ancient, 42% for the side of Preasy. That's going to be at 30% for the GenOne, with a lot of maps played here. So GenOne actually has a lot of maps on their history at the moment. They have been playing a lot. Most of the main maps are Ancient, Anubis, Nuke, and Inferno. They have played zero amount of terrain, both of the teams. So that's interesting. And as for Ancient, it's going to be at 30% for GenOne. So as a Preasy's pick, this is going to be a little bit of a better map for them. As Anubis is going to be at 57% with 23 maps played. That's a banging start in a way. Couple of the Pichu 50 shots being spent there. Asilian tries to hobble up a couple of kills there at the start, but already the full traction from the A main, working out to perfection. Vigo, Driller, and Potty. All of them finding their respectable kills, especially with the Becky. Finding one from the backlines, and Doublewek, well, left without a lot to do here. Trying to go for a full 1 versus 5 clutch. It's not going to happen, especially with him. Only waking up from the CT spawn. And that's about to be it. Terrorists win. Surprisingly, round number 2, excellent 1-1. Both of the players actually basically 1 HP, as we're seeing an AK duel happen in about a second. That is the bomb down Preasy. Already left with a 20-second timer just to make sure that Cursey is not going to find that 4th kill at the worst possible time. He's already actually taking a bomb. He knows exactly where Griller is playing from. And the only thing he has to do is just swing wide with that first bullet, but Griller holds it to a T. And that's the round done. Another one on the board, but it gets a little bit more expensive. But it was a first round from the side of GenOne. Map number round number 3 here. Close angle with those Eagles, got to be a little bit careful. That's going to be the Mac 10 to actually lead the way. Jacks with Preasy will be actually dropped. Her and Becky, they do catch their rightful kills. And track left in between the players, it will be found out. So, these are just the early rounds. And we are hopping into an actual buy round in about a second. So, this is where it gets interesting. If GenOne, they could actually catch this round right here. That's where they can actually start stacking some numbers on the board. The more the better. Meanwhile, for Preasy, if they could actually take care of this round here, they have a very nice chance of leading Ancient, especially as their own pick. That's going to be the Molotov and the utility right there. I think that flash dropped the wrong way, but it doesn't matter. It's all just a little bit of a ruse here. I think the idea was to try to show the bomb if anybody wanted to go for the quick peek, or was that just a call for them to leave it in a way? And Preasy, they're just going for a new regroup here. That's the smoke for the red. And that's the op shot actually through the smoke, cursing the perfect timing there. Just a single bullet to drop him. It is going to be, I think that was Becky with the second shot. Sorry, Preasy. I can say that second one too. Cillian catching a spray. And for a round like this, GenOne is making this look very easy. Only a flash in his hands. And some way to go. Couple of the attempts there, but for the last two weapons, for them to actually win this round is just going to be a side of a miracle. Griller. Well, of course, the second I say it, drops one with the Mac 10, so 20 seconds left on the clock. If they could somehow regroup, maybe get that B-side control, that would be insane, but with the players already rotated, this has to be one of the cleanest shots coming in. That's going to be the smoke for the short, and Patty almost left in an impossible position. Preasy placed that so well. So, that will be the last two players dropped there at the end. And we will be hopping into round number 5. One round on the board, and it's a very clean one as well. Oops. Off to the races. Straight into a new round. Oh yeah, the cat likes that chair, huh? Looking to leave a mark. is just gonna be a little bit of a slower start here. They were gonna test in the waters there at the start, but nobody's actually taking that much damage. So all in all, they're in a very good spot here. Connector holds from drag. Anybody who wants to go for that first peek, there's a little bit of a setup made here from the Frenchman. That's gonna be the Molotov to push out one of the players. Becky comes up with a perfect entry. Devil Wick behind the smoke, just making sure that anybody who wants to come in from the pit, they have to go through the smoke at the worst possible time. This is Drag, just trying to find that timing. His teammate is solo on the side. They need to help him. And that is Asilian entering it easily. Preasy finding a way in. And GenOne basically left with nothing. Drag, the only thing he can do is try to save for next round. Saving a couple of M4s and that op. To be honest, it's a very nice spot to be at. They can buy in easily. Looking at the money that they have. Yeah, Jackson, Kersey, they can actually drop a weapon. Devilwick and Brooksy can buy into it. But if they lose more weapons, that's where the problems start to seep in. There's not that much money to play around with if they do drop a couple of weapons here.
Terrorists win.
Here we go. Here we are. Early entry, Brooksy with Jax. The CT defense coming into a very nice sweep there. With a couple of the shots that they have already gained. And this time around, the rest of the two players will be trying to push in from the main. And it's just gonna be the basic setup again. Rum Donut out of the layers, making sure that Donut is going to be cleansed. So they have that middle hold. And Kersey is just going for a little bit of a ballsy play here, just showing a little bit too much skin there. That will be the first kill. Griller almost catches the second one, but Jax keeps the numbers straight. And Asilian on an open area with a utility in his hand. That's just a little bit crazy right there. But Jax stops it with a 3K. And that's the second round for the side of GenOne. Another attempt. And after the little silence there, we are getting a bit of an anticipated round here, as it is going to be the full stacks going against each other. Again. Already a couple of the main speed drawn out. And here we go. And it's going to be the first contact of the round. A couple of the players a little bit low in HP. Preasy. Just waiting for that first peek to come in. That's going to be enough again to push him out of this corner. They seem to know very well how he likes to play this spot, so that simple utility has worked out so well before. Azilian is getting ready to drop in the rest of the utility. Preasy pushing in for that fight. They might actually be waiting for this one. Becky, just a single shot to the dome. That's gonna be the first fight from the cave. That doesn't work out. Shax picks one, but Devoek will be the second one to go down. Right here, they're getting into a little bit of a questionable spot. GenOne, if they want to fight for this round, they need to get some kills in between. Those flashes are just perfect, and that's going to be the peak for long. Catches the first play, but is not quick enough with the spray for the second one. That came very close. And it's going to be the long pick for one. Drag just dropped down Becky, so that is at least going to be a 2 versus 2, especially with a little bit of damage down at the griller. And from the open areas, it's a single shot to the face. That FAMAS works out to a T, and Kersey actually pulls it back to a 1 versus 1. It's gonna be the push from the short. Kersey, the angle is gonna be a little bit off. I'm not entirely sure if he knows where the last player is. Vigo showed himself right at the worst spot possible, and the short hold will be working out for this one. Preasy, they will make this a 5. GenOne getting a little bit slapped on this round. Oh boy. After this little timeout, very nice spot to have a bit of a conversation if they want to keep that lead up. Might be some little things here and there that they might actually spot. And they're looking to focus on before the round gets taken away. Yep, we're hopping into the round again. That's gotta be the smokes trying to cover up the double doors. And looking at the CT defense, they're taking a little bit of damage there at the start. So the utility at least works from Preasy. And it's gonna be the first solo. Not really hitting anybody there. This is just gonna be a bit of a slower round in a way. Not that much craziness there at the start. Rest of the players starting to sneak in slowly and slowly, but surely. Looking to leave their mark. That will be coming up from Pit Becky. It depends on what's about to happen here. He might have the timing of his life, or might be taken down as well. That's a lane hold coming in from the rest of the players. And just looking at the stack at the moment. Seems like Preasy, they have a very nice idea what kind of a hold there is. That's even Becky making sure that the player from the pit will be taken care of. And at the moment, GenOne, they're walking into every single trap. Preasy setting up at the moment, but Jax comes up with a double kill to make this a little bit more doable. The bomb planted behind the pillar. And that will be the timer for the retake to step in. A quick push from the short. I'm not entirely sure how Azilian actually got back from that after a missed shot. And a hold for the long. He knows there's a Kersey pushing in at the first possible timing from short. Jax comes out with a quick trade. He needs one more kill to make this a 4K and plus the round, but the USPs just won't cut it. Patty takes it down, and that's the 6th round on the board. Jax can't win it alone. Oh boy. Preasy. That's a lot of utility spent there at the start, just to make sure that they know that they have them. That will be the one single flash, just to make sure that anybody pushing from the A main might think twice. And it seems like they were just waiting for that middle pick to happen. Vigo does drop Jax after losing his teammate. That's a quick shot from him as well to drop down Preasy. And at the moment, most of these rounds are just going tits up. This is a very Preasy sided map at the moment. And gives a very good idea on why they picked it. Right about now, they're looking so great. Here we go. Nice cast there. Clean and surgical. Crack just absolutely ends the life of Vigo. This is actually a triple kill for him right now. This is a ridiculous round. Catches the first kill, goes for more. And comes out with a triple at the end here. And as quickly as the round started, Preasy, they just lose this one. They have a very nice flow here so far with the rounds, but I have to say that was a little bit of a statement here. Trying to show their claws. Now, what a ridiculous way of winning a round there. But it works. If it works, just keep it up. Oh, we are. Base Clan versus Big is about to happen as well. Big actually, yeah, they qualified. Congratulations for them. Looking doable for them. And off we go. Straight into a new one. So, after that little timeout, losing a round like that, they have to have a little bit of a conversation. Vigo, on a round like this, starts off with the first kill, but that's going to be the shotgun. The XM with a triple from the other side of the map. Make that almost a 4K. Demowek is the one to actually steal that one kill in between, and the Cillian left in a 1 versus 4, sorry. Jax catches a Cillian, and that will be it. It's going to be the comeback of that shotgun again. What a great play from Preasy. Sorry, Preasy. I'm just going crazy at them. I'm reading names from every single spot at the moment. Right there. Exactly what we wanted to see. Nice catch from Drak to drop down Vigo again. And that's Preasy. Shot towards the Cillian. And the rest of the players start to push in from the pit. This is, of course, just a pistol round, but these are rounds that GenOne are posting on the table for the last one as well. Wait a minute. Griller is actually making this doable. That nade, oh, baby. Almost does enough damage. Meanwhile, there is a push coming in from behind. Gorilla tries to go for the last stand, and it doesn't really work out, but yeah, considering the fact that that was the last round, of course, they went for what they could. One of the players dropped down from the server. Give me a second. Who was that? It was Dewowek, yeah. But we're just waiting for him to bounce back in. So, to be honest, at the perfect timing. Right as we were gonna go for a little pause. So if there's ever a crash, hopefully it happens now. Yeah. Seems like we're getting ready. Dewowek finding himself back on the server. And I'm sure that we are getting ready. Yeah, now it seems like we're actually okay. Yeah, took a little while. So, off to a new start. That's gonna be the early smoke towards the red. And right here, trying to look for those new angles. We are looking for a little bit more of a game here. That's gotta be the flash, or sorry, first of all, it's gotta be the smoke for short. Seems like they're getting ready for a B-side bounce here. Anybody trying to stay in front of them, that's just gotta be a full Glock train. That's about to go against them. Bomb already being planted from long. Actually works out for a peek. Peaky comes out with a kill. That's going to be Vigo with one as well. They need to find his kills with the Glock. Jax catches one. Almost looks like he almost came up with a second one. This just turns around very quickly. Dewowek with Cursey, both of them finding theirs. And Jackie, oh my god, Becky actually makes it a 4K and clutches the round two. While running from short, drops one of the players towards the pit. And catches that last kill from Connector. Sorry, Cave. Took a while. And that's another round on the board for Preasy. For a second there, it looked like GenOne, they absolutely held it down. But it's going to be that quick play. And oh, how well it worked. So, off for some more. Already losing their teammates to that fire. And we're looking for a bit of an attempt. That's gonna be the M4 trying to go for that paper devil wake. Actually wins that fight. And fairly easily too. So get a little for the win, I guess. Hello? That's about to be a little bit of an attempt there from the double doors. Becky drops down Drag, Devil Wake, and Jax. So with their own 2 kills and a 2, which is actually more doable, but Asilian does pull it back. The problem is the HP isn't looking that great from the side of GenOne. Basically anything that hits them the wrong angle. That's the round done. And off we go. As the full push towards the A side is happening, I'm not entirely sure if Griller spotted. I think he did. And with a singular spray. Catches both of them. And that's Preasy with the 9th round on the board. Well, well, well. Straight into a new round we go. And this time around it's gonna be the Tech 9s with a Gilligal and a Mac 10. GenOne, the question is, are they going to accept the loss on this map? Or is there just a little bit more fire left for them? Already. Seems to be the fact that some utility has been changed, and GenOne is still just rotating the bomb from the T-spawn left and right. Not really knowing exactly what to do with it. And this is a B-side push. It's gonna be the molly for long. And finally some utility will be spent, but there's not that much to go around. That's basically it. Not a flash, nothing. This is just going to be the raw pistols trying to go for as many kills as they can. Asilian from long range is going to win that first fight against Devilwake. It's going to be Patty with 1, but they do get traded with 1 at least. Preasy drops down Becky, but the question is it enough? And so far it doesn't really look like it. 20 seconds left. With 19 points of health, just a single bullet from anything is going to be enough. And that's it. Preasy, they take their 10th. Here we go. Off to a new attempt. Again, I guess. So far, Preasy. And to be honest, 5 rounds to make this a tie isn't that crazy. The problem is just how the rounds has been looking. Preasy, they're definitely looking a lot better on this map at the moment. As we're going to be hopping into Anubis next. That's where it starts to get a little bit more interesting, that if they could actually keep the same momentum there, I wouldn't be surprised there could be a little bit of a 2-0 in front of us today. Meanwhile, the lane push is coming in from Vigo. He's gonna be the first one in line to try to go for the catch here. None of the players showing themselves, so this is just a pistol round for them again, but a nice singular tap to the face. Preasy, oh, he's definitely not gonna enjoy that. That's gonna be the lane to drop down Vigo. There is about to be a little bit of a push coming in from middle at the worst possible timing as well. And right now, this is just a questionable round with 40 seconds left on the clock. basically just a little bit all over the place. Wheeler does drop. I think that was Preasy who dropped. And that's the smoke for long. This time around, they at least have a utility. The Splendid and Preasy with a kill onto Patty. They do actually make this a 2 versus 2 with Becky left into that corner. If he drops, this is just gonna be a little bit more questionable. Griller. This is just a pistol buy, but the bomb will be ticked down. And Preasy, the problem is he switches in to the worst possible play there. And Griller, he brings it back. What a play. A very nice round that comes very close for GenOne, but the problem is Preasy. They do bring it to an 11. And with 6 rounds in front of them, and looking at some of these rounds, especially in the buy rounds, it's been very Preasy-sided. Oh, that op shot doesn't actually land a Cillian. Kinda misses the mark there. Right now, Griller is making sure that Donut will be safe. There is a player to the side already. That's Becky. Sorry, Broxy. Becky's the one who actually got the double kill from the other side of the map so far. So Pit will be fully open at the moment. Losing their main 2 players, which is a little bit of a not fun spot to be at. Griller on the right side off the Donut. Beautiful reactions on the player. Even takes down the bomb planter. And that will be 12 on the board. GenOne. Well, we might be saying bye-bye in about a second.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Nice catch there at the end. They will work with a double kill to drop down Griller and Vigo. And he's the 184 the lamp pod. Patty's on the other side. And oh, he's gonna use this at the perfect time to the push in. Oh, reads it. He reads it so well. Preasy gets absolutely blasted there at the end. And with 3 players alive. Oh, this really looks like Preasy. They're about to take their own map pick right now. Preasy left alone to try to bring this to a possible continuation, but at this point, we really have to... Oh, wait a minute, he actually wins the 2 one-on-ones here, which is a little bit ridiculous from the side of Preasy. Maybe they do want to focus on the rest of the round here. Still some to be played for. Becky is lurking around. Yeah, he catches that last kill, and that will be it. It's gonna be 13-5. And I have to say, it's a little bit of a walkover of a map here for the side of Preasy. They were just locked in. Becky with 127 ADR, Griller with 83. So Becky posting a plus 54 on a table on that ADR department from the last second player. And you gotta have to give him the props here. Doing a very good job so far. And yeah, that's about to be it. We are going to be hopping into Anubis next, so I'm not entirely sure what else to say, except let's take a little break and hop into Anubis and see you there. Welcome back to the stream and directly into a new map as we are going to be hopping into this one. It's gonna be Anubis. And this time around we actually get to see something that we haven't. It's gonna be the duelists to absolutely shut down the B-side play. GenOne with a 4K makes it happen. It's gonna be the nade from Patty to drop one, but GenOne, they make the first round work. That will be it. What a great start there. Here we go. Nice way of getting right underway. What a way to start it. That will be Preasy. So, just to make this a little bit more easy, playing with just the clocks in this round. Looking for a way in. Ooh, taps and makes that a 1 versus 2. Ooh. And this is going to be a little bit of a slower round here. Looking for a way in. That's going to be their main approach. Oh. Then Force Crosshair has been pulled to the side. That's going to be a little bit of a harder reset spot for Drag. And as they are going to be hopping to the side, they actually do pull out a weapon and get the plant down. That's actually a lot already. That's a flash for the backside. And that's the smoke for the CTs to just get a little bit closer. But to be honest, I would support the distance on this one a little bit more. But that's GenOne. Again, doing the bulk of the work. The side has been retook, and that's GenOne defusing the bomb. Looking very good. Early amount of problems here, but getting away with a bomb plant on the clock round is actually pretty huge. Especially knowing how this map works. Just with Glocks, usually getting that close to any of those angles is just gonna be a hellish situation. And will be the players pulled into a little bit of a better spot here. GenOne. I don't disrespect those smokes at least. That's the little fight from middle, but it's just warning shots at this point. You know, if the side's really taking any damage. And right about now, we are about to see that first layer of utility starting to fade out. And so much Molotovs have been used towards the double doors and the middle push. This is where it gets a little bit more interesting. That's going to be the quick fight towards middle. Drag. Crosshair is a little bit off. And that's gonna be Patty with a kill, but Preasy comes out with a quick trade, so makes this a 4 versus 4. Only a player lost there. Oh, Big is about to go down. Look at this. Carrigan's face looking insane. Oh, welcome to the team, Elise. Meanwhile, a nice, utter balanced fight coming in with 40 seconds left on the clock. And that will be a little bit of a better spray coming out of Vigo to win that fight against Kersey. Nasilian will be planting that palm towards Tuk. And we're just looking at the rest of the players at the moment, covering up towards that B side if they lose those weapons. Oh, Preasy, they're about to enjoy it. There we go. Preasy already stepping in with the first round here. And kaboom goes the bomb. Gotta be the one flash from middle. And again, the round starts off with most of the spots being burned away. And right about here, we're about to see that first contact from the double doors. Just making sure that nobody's holding from the other side of that door. And it will be Vigo to push in first. Griller just holding. Anybody who wants to go for that A main peak, they might have find a bullet lodged into their faces. Meanwhile, it's going to be the bomb actually being brought in from the bridge a little bit closer towards the middle. They could actually go for a both side attack here if they want to go for the B side split. They have a player outside the main. The same thing goes for that A side. And at this point, it's just going to be the full launch right in towards the A side. That's Azilian with the first kill, but they're not ready for the player to be underneath the stairs. And he's a little bit low in HP. Jumping down, catches one of the kills, dinks one of the players. Patty does win the fight at the end. That's going to be the bomb regained. And the Molotov, just to gain a little bit more access towards the side. There's a push coming in from the back angle. That's going to be Becky to make sure that middle is on control for Preasy and Brooksy. At this point, a 1 versus 3. I don't think he's even gonna think about this one. Just try to save that weapon for the next round. It's gonna be the best option for him. And Preasy, they win another gun round. Starting this with a bang. And looking ridiculously good. Great start for them. GenOne going for a little bit of a timeout, knowing that a couple of the rounds that they have bled already is going to be a little bit of a statement from the side of Preasy. So if they keep losing these rounds and Preasy start to regain a little bit of a T side here, that might be a little bit of a problem. So this is definitely not one of those maps that is a bad map for Preasy in exact. They don't have enough maps for a statistic, but they have won every single game against the teams that they have gone against. So Brood and Adepts has been won 13-2 and 13-5. So of course for GenOne there is 23 maps played on this Anubis, 57 win rate, 57% of a win rate for GenOne. And the teams that they have won are Ens Academy, Wappa. There's a little bit of everything here. Not actually tier 1 teams in a way. Let me see. BC Games might be one of the best teams that have won on this map. Nice launch into the fight. That's going to be Griller with a double kill. Actually make that a triple. Becky even catches one with that AK. And the rest of the USBs, well, they will be handled. Ooh, what a nice shot to the face. We go. That's an AK on the floor, but it will be Griller's nade. And make that a 4K for him. There we are. And we will be stepping back into it again. So, a round lead for Preasy. That will be the smoke there at the start. And, okay, that smoke they can actually push in from middle. There hasn't been that many fights from it so far, which is a little bit lackluster. I was actually hoping for GenOne to go for a couple of picks from middle area. Maybe gain some control there. And to give a little bit of a sign for the side of Preasy that middle area is not going to be one of those spots where you can just walk in every time. But at the moment they're gaining so much control from these plays. That might be a little bit of a problem from GenOne. Nice flash. Nobody's there to meet them in connector. And this is basically just T-side utility that's been spent so far. With that one singular smoke coming in from the CT side, we go with a great turn against the CTs, and this is just gonna be another shutdown round. Not a soul lost from the T side. Of course, now that I say it, they actually had the same amount of damage lost on 4 of the players, but it will be a nice catch there at the end. Preasy left in a 1 versus 4. Well, make that a 3. Catches at least 1. But they are definitely on the hunt for that Opry now. Knowing that if they can catch it, that's gonna be a tough spot for GenOne. As the money is starting to look a little bit local. And Becky is the one to find it. So, a couple of rounds of a lead for the side of Preasy, and just looking at the money from the side of GenOne, there's nothing basically left. They kind of have to go for a force here. But if I would have actually been a little bit more of a fan for a save, maybe go for a buy, like a pistol armor. To be honest, for the rest of the team, it seems to be the way. Drac was the only one to drop to 1k. So, maybe that's a little bit excessive, but he can go for an M4 armor and a couple of flashes if he wants to. Especially with the new update from that M4. But I usually like to see CTs with full utility. Especially with the aggression at the start. But Preasy, this is going to be one of those rounds that, well, it's a little bit easier, but for some reason, some teams, they have issues taking care of pistols. Great control of that spray, not really going for a full crazy control there. That's Griller with a kill on the Drac, and Griller catches the second one too. So Jax jumping on top of that molly kind of pushes him onto the side. FaZe Clan versus Vitality would be insane. I'm ready for that one. Great catch from Vigo. Seemed like Brooksy was ready to go for that swing, but turns around just in time. And right now, Preasy will be heading into their 5th round. And actually, even the last kill will be found by that Mac 10. That's a little bit of money to the economy. 600 bucks per kill. That's gonna feel great. Here we are. After a little bit of a delay. Another pause. And GenOne on their own map is starting to bleed out some couple of hefty rounds here, especially with the buy that they have at the moment. Looking at how much being left into the economy. If they don't save a couple of weapons, this is just going to be a little bit of a harsher round. 1,300 bucks, 3,400 bucks is what is going to replenish them if they lose every single weapon, but you definitely can't go for a buy with that one, so you kind of have to go for a save. Preasy. That's going to be a beautiful nade to open up the middle peak. Patty taking a little bit damage. Drac with a nice double there at the start. Doesn't actually even take that much damage, so that's a very good start for GenOne in this round. And Preasy, if they actually lose this round, win the second one, it's going to work out perfectly for them. As it is going to drop the value of that loss bonus, but I'm not entirely sure what the plan here is. Early utility. And Preasy. They're getting into a bit of a better spots right now, but Brooksy catches Asilio on the act. This will be drag to be dropped as well. Becky. Finally, there's some kind of a kill coming in from the side of Preasy to make a dent on the economy, but okay, Griller is making this a little bit more expensive. If he catches a second kill, then we're cooking. And that's 30 seconds left on the clock right now. Right now, GenOne, they know the only thing they have to go for is just for a passive setup, spotting the player from the bridge. Oh, Canals wasn't ready for Griller. Worst possible timing on that jump, too. And GenOne, they don't lose any more weapons, which is going to be huge for them. Huge for them, great for us. Envious. What's actually happening with Envious at the moment? Is that even a roster, like a team anymore? Envy. Esports, I guess? Here we go. Nice catch from Becky. At least something works. Oh, it's Optic gaming right now. That's interesting. So yeah. Well. Those are gonna be the couple of the kills needed. And Preasy, again, finding a way in here. The kills that they were looking for working for them very well at this point. What a great way to actually answer back into a round that they just lost. By just taking full control of it. So, round number 10. And this seems to be a little bit more of a high-paced round as Preasy. They're getting a little bit ready here to pop in towards that A site. Seems like the setup has been made. Those are actually good spots for them to throw that utility. For a second, they actually might want to go for a little bit of a fake here, but that's going to be the molly. Spend 4 here for the window or the cake here. That's gonna be the window molly, yeah. Oh, no, that's the cake molly. Yeah, they're actually gonna smoke off the window right there, but nobody's actually holding on to the site. This is just a little bit of a broken pie on top of the smoke. Jax comes up with a kill, and they know there's so many players inside that smoke. That nade almost takes down to Drag and Brooksy. Both of them so low in haste speed. This is just going to be a blender that the CTs are walking into. And Kersey left with just the deagle. Oh, drops down Patty at least. It's going to be the quick challenge from the close angle. Griller wins the fight, and that's done. 7 on the board, Preasy. On their T side, looking incredible. Again, the question, can they keep this up? As long as they can continue, it's looking good. There we go. kill there from Preasy. Drop down Vigo. Nice shot. So, the attack will have one less player to play around with. That's going to be the kill from Jax to drop down the Cillian as well. With a couple of the players lost at the start, this is going to be a little bit of more of a questionable spot for Preasy. They do actually drop Jax with Griller, so that's at least a catch there at the start. If they could find a couple of more clean kills, this is very doable at that point, especially with the scythe gained. The only thing they kind of have to go for is just that plant right now. And that's exactly what's about to go down. Already a push coming in from the backlines. Now it's taking way too long. To lurk might actually do it all if they're not ready for this one. So behind the cake, Griller, the only thing he has to do is just play time. Becky drops one right at the start. This is going to be the push towards the plane. That works out perfectly for the first one, but the problem is he's not ready. And Becky brings it back to a 1 versus 1 spot. The player goes for the pick, and that's going to be it. A triple to shut it down. Preasy, they win a 2 versus 5. Are you serious? That really didn't happen. That is just insane. How to make a round work. Preasy. They pulled that out of the... well, in the middle of the air, I think. GenOne with the best possible solution on a round like that to finally maybe make this a 4. Maybe even catch the last round as well. Oh boy. What a way to go down. Here we are. So, another buy, another attempt. Already kind of getting smacked there at the start. Drag will get the first shot onto Vigo. And that's a nice shot from Patty, at least to drop down Drag. So it's a 1-to-1 trade. Patty's just a little bit low on HP at the moment. Has to be a little bit careful, especially pushing in from the middle. Nobody's here to hold down the platform. And this is exactly where it can go tits up again. Already so much control has been gained. That's going to be the Molotov for the CT side of it. The off doesn't catch the kill, but it's going to be Becky with a quick trade to push towards the second one behind the pillar. And Becky comes out with a double. Preasy to make this a 9. GenOne. They have to be shook. That's gonna be the flash towards the window as well. Brooksy is there to come out with the timing. And this is just gonna be a 2 versus 2. The only thing you have to do is catch one and just play the time. That's exactly what's about to happen. A beautiful flash right in front of the face of Patty, though. But it's gonna be the nade for the back angle. Does a lot of damage. And yeah, Brooksy knows it's done. 9 will be the final scoreline for Preasy. And GenOne only with 3 on their own mapping. Oh, this is bleak. Oh, by the way, I have a cake in the fridge. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna eat that. Bye-bye. Some in the chat hoping for a comeback, and right now I have to kind of side with the absolute bash so far that we have seen. Preasy on the CT side, if they could actually win the pistol, I think that's basically done at that point. That's gonna be the first kill. Patty plays down the CT line very well. That's gonna be a little bit, they gave just a little bit more control for the side of GenOne, but they were ready for it. Meanwhile, for the side to be held down, it's gonna be one of the players catch. It's Griller. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. Brooks actually finds a very nice kill on the Vigo. This will be a couple of the tries here. Drag catches the kill in the back end. That's a Cillian taking his bullet to the brain as well. And a pistol round, actually, is very, very clean from GenOne. Beautifully played. That first kill was on point, though, from Patty, but unfortunately leads to nothing. Go. That's a couple of burns being used there at the start.
Bomb has been planted.
That's a quick round being toppled already, but this will be the buy round. Here it is where it matters. 9 round on the board for the side of Preasy. And for GenOne, they have 5. Go. So, Cursey. First one in line. Hits the actually flashed op shot. That's going to be a great way to start off the round. First player being dropped off directly at the start. Preasy. Maybe going for that a little over-jealous play there. Damage down there at the start from the platform. That was a little bit of an attempt for a push, but it seems like Preasy, they will be giving away this round. So as A side has been lost with a very simplistic push, Preasy, knowing that they're a man down with a couple of players very low on HP, there's not much they can actually go for. Here we are. So, GenOne with another basically perfect round so far, and to be honest, they should be going for the hunt of those weapons. Right now, it's getting very expensive for the side of Preasy to try to hold on to those ones. The weapons that they have. And boom goes the bomb. Here we are. So, B main. First this time around, being a little bit more dynamic with that off. For a different hold here. And just checking the rest of the players. How they're oriented on the map. To be honest, 3 rounds away to bring this to a tie. To be honest, not that bad at the moment. Preasy kind of bleeding rounds the same way that GenOne was. One of the main culprits is that they haven't really gone for middle control. Once they did, they lost the player instantly. But maybe for a little bit more of a play there, could be the way to go. First attempt for an entry, it works out for a beautiful entry kill. Vigo drop, that's Jaxu, catch Becky as well, and yeah, there's nothing they can actually do. They have to call for a save. Already the bomb going down. The French men are looking insane on the server. What a great job there. That will be drag. And Celia catches a nice kill there in between. That's Batty to catch down the kill on the drag at least. And this will be the bomb going off in about a second. And round number 7 for GenOne.
Terrorists win.
Full buy from both of the teams this time around. We are going to be seeing the AWP in the hands of a Cillian. 2 kills, 9 deaths. With the amount of rounds being played, it's a little bit off the grid. Brooks even drops him down at the start. That's going to be Vigo with a kill bot. On top of the Molotov, he actually comes up with a triple kill to make this round work. And Becky playing the corner so well, even catching one of the last players there. Does he know that the last player is pushing in towards connector? Does it even matter at this point? Looking so good with the smoke to make it clear. Some great plays. That's how you make it work. And Kersey looking to save whatever he can actually pull off from the ground. That op will be brought back into the second round, so as long as he gets away from here, that's gonna be enough. And round 10 at least goes for the side of Preasy. A couple of more just to make this a map point. And one more on top of it, and that's going to be a 2-0 series. Meanwhile, GenOne, to be honest, this isn't still done yet. Just 3 rounds away from a tie. And looking at a couple of these rounds against the buys that we have seen, They have been fairly strong. That is just... horrible. Push outside. Vigo comes out with a nice straight double kill. That's Becky with one. Preasy, Devilweg, and Preasy again to actually pull it back to 2 versus 2. A little bit more doable right now. Devilweg will be the one actually planting the bomb. That's Patty getting a little bit closer towards the action. Catches the player from the left side of that pillar. Doesn't get the kill. That's going to be Gorilla on the next attempt. Gets away from that molly. For a second, beautiful hold. Patty actually wins that one to bring it to a 1 versus 2, but so quickly Preasy actually brings it back. And Patty is ready on the right side. Wins that fight. That's gonna be Preasy with another round on the board. Okay. For a second there, looked like it was a little bit confused. Maybe looking for that, for some kind of an op or something. But that will be the 11th round on the board. GenOne. Coming very close on that pool. Go, Patty. Catches that one kill. And Asilian already getting a little bit closer to his side. That's going to be Preasy. The killer will be the one to be held. Some very great kills coming in for the side of GenOne. And actually, Becky only catches one between. And Vigo looking to turn this 1 versus 3 into a win. If you could catch one of the players, that's actually the first one to make it a 1 versus 2. This is actually doable right now. A player behind a cake, he knows exactly where one of them is. Let's take a little bit damage. Brings it to a 1 versus 1, and Jack's left into an almost impossible situation, but he handles it well and wins it. But that came so close. 8th round on the board. And that is Preasy. Coming very close to a clutch and a map point. And for Preasy, a little bit of a pressure has been mounted. Meanwhile, GenOne, they're starting to find some kind of a flow here. Go. Bomb will be planted without anybody actually even attempting to fight for the site. That's Vigo already being dropped, and another smoke. That's basically going to clear the fact that no attempts will be tested anymore. Becky absolutely shuts down Devilweg. Oh, long range mag duels. That's a little bit bold. And kaboom does go the bomb. And GenOne. 2 rounds away from a tie. Meanwhile, Preasy, they're gonna go for a little bit of a tactical pause here. Just a single round. And they will be finding themselves in a very good spot here. Meanwhile, for the side of GenOne, just a little mistake and it's all done. Oh my god. Ooh, that's not fun. And off we go. So, Preasy. And the rest of the GenOne at the moment. Having a little bit of a slower round. Getting a little bit closer for that A main here. But the bomb hasn't been really committed to anything. So, Preasy. They seem to be playing a very passive game at the moment. Any of the players wanted to go for the side swings. They have to go through the stacks. That's going to be the double door push. A middle control will be gained. A minute left on the clock to actually go for it. And this seems to be just a full march towards the B side. Catching the first player. It's going to be a little bit sloppy. And behind a pillar, Drac will take care of Vasilian. GenOne basically making this a 10 game already. The dual man hold. That was a very sloppy spray from the first line. I'm not entirely sure who it, I think it was Griller who had one of the sloppiest plays there. Asilian with 2 kills still on the board. Having a very rough game. Nice catch there at least at the end. Vigo, there's a full shot to the face. Batty drops down Brooksy. Go. This is going to be a little bit of a sloppy bite this time around. They are going for that second round bite. That's the full spray coming out. Patty actually showing a little bit of his face, but he will be running away from this spot. For a second there, Brooksy wanted to go for the full chase, which could have ended the wrong way. Up being trained in towards the main. That's Becky making that more actually usable for a second. But Drac, if he actually went for the first peek there, first pop, he could have actually dropped almost both of the players. But this is a man advantage at the moment for Preasy. The only problem is they can't pick up a single weapon they have dropped, and that's a little bit of a problem. But for the side of GenOne, if they want to go for any of these executions, I'm not entirely sure what that was, but Jax just catches Becky at the worst possible timing ever. Not entirely sure what the hell Becky was even doing there. This will be the full side gained. Oh, Vigo. Oh, he had the easiest spot there to get a kill. And caught a cat He got caught off lacking right there. That was a hard sentence for some reason. And for a very nice try of a round, it turns into a 1 versus 3. And GenOne, well, they will be pulling this into a tie. Now it's all about the map point. Who can reach it first? This tier of CS is just the kings of knowing that the games are just getting stretched and stretched. And by the way, we do have a phase game at the same time, so let me open that window. Here we go. Ops being trained in towards the B mains corner. This is still very doable for Preasy, as long as they could just take at least one of these rounds away. Even from overtime, you can actually make it happen, but here we go. Behind B-side pillar. And Preasy finds the first kill. That's gonna be Patty, at least with a quick trade. The smokes for a second seem to be trained for that B-side. That's gonna be the right call. That's gonna be 40 seconds left. And with that smoke popping in, it's gonna take at least a 10-second timer off of it. And they need to drop a bomb, nade on top of it or something. That's gonna be the full transparency as they push through the smoke. It's going to work out for only one kill. And Vigo, what is he going for? But Patty from the cross actually catches one of the players. And this is a 2 versus 1 with the bomb going down drag. Could he pull this off to bring GenOne to the map point first? Preasy looking for a way in. That's going to be the first player. Drag does get dropped to very low HP. It's going to be the attempt for the second one, and Patty wins the fight again. A triple to make it happen, and overtime will be found by Preasy. It took a little while, but it happened. And one more round to be played for. G2 trolling on VP. I was actually surprised. Oh, okay. They're getting absolutely smashed at the moment. 13-9 and 9-3 on Mirage. Okay. Icy is actually looking like he's popping some numbers. Split as well. If I understood correctly, Electronic is leading VP at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what that lineup even is at the moment. So, Virtus Pro has gone through some shit. But to be honest, G2 is in a similar spot at the moment. If they actually want to continue with the fact that Snack is going to be their in-game leader, I'm not entirely sure where this team is going to end up in, but definitely not on the top of a scoreboard. So, here we go. It could help Preasy a lot if Vasilian finally stepped in. The main upper of the team at the moment not really doing anything with one of the most expensive weapon in the game. A $5,000 decoy. That will be the flash for the rest of the teams to get into their spots. And GenOne seeming to getting ready for that A-side push. That's gotta be the smoke to cover off the first line of the attack. And 55 seconds will be left on the clock. That's gonna be the Molotov for the backside of the pillar. Daddy will be getting away from it. It's gonna be the first line of the attack. Works out for a double on that hole. That nade is gonna be perfect. Does a little bit damage. The second one in line. If you want to get here, it's gonna hurt. And Preasy finally finding a form here on the CT side. Rest of the 3 players trying to get in. That's gonna be one of them to go down. Patty makes it sure. Kersey with Jackstick do find a respectable kills to actually keep this going for a little second. But it seems to be that that's all they wrote. GenOne with 20 seconds left on the clock with 3 CTs so close to the A side that even if they try to go for the plant, it's just gonna be horrendous. Flash to drop in. One of the players low in HP. It's gonna be the USP to take care of both. And green mode was wrong again. Oh, that feels good. Where are you now? Where are you now? Ah, there we go again. So that will be it. Congratulations for Preasy to showing us an absolute class on the first map and getting a little bit closer here on Anubis, but at the end of the day, they made it happen. 13-11. The congratulations goes for them. And yeah, for GenOne, having a little bit of a sloppy day. Hopefully they find something that works. But yeah, we're gonna continue here with EPL throughout the rest of the week. For tomorrow, we actually have another game. And that will be... Let me actually check out which games that we are going to be seeing tomorrow. That's going to be Ents Academy going against Alliance and Copenhagen Wolves going against Eclat. So, the first steps of the playoffs has been finished. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. My name was GenOne. I was your caster and your host. And we will see you tomorrow.